And now for our feature presentation.
Hello, dear listener. I'm Megan, host of this series, and before we get into the show, I wanted to take a minute to tell you about our sponsor, FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. We live in a moment when free speech, the bedrock of our democracy and of all free societies, is often viewed as suspect, where many argue that the right to free speech is too dangerous, and that even listening to ideological opponents is morally wrong. Many people just don't see a problem with using the law, corporate power, and even extraordinary social pressure to censor viewpoints they disagree with. But many of us feel the costs of all this in our everyday lives. We feel it when we self-censor, afraid to say what we really think, sometimes even in private conversations with friends or loved ones. We feel it when we opt out of a growing number of public discussions, afraid of the potential cost to our jobs and even our relationships. FIRE shares a mission with this show, to remind us why a culture of free speech and open dialogue matters. And regardless of how loud the calls for censorship are, FIRE's defense of that culture is unshakable and invaluable. And if you want to remember why we choose freedom, even for people we strenuously disagree with, you can learn more about FIRE's incredible work at thefire.org. And now, on to the show. This episode contains language that might not be suitable for children. So, for someone who's never heard the term TERF, trans exclusionary radical feminist, what is a TERF? Where does that term come from and what does it describe?
Yeah, I'm not sure you're getting quite how offensive a term it is to many people.
Journalist Helen Lewis, staff writer at The Atlantic, and author of the book Difficult Women, A History of Feminism in 11 Fights.
Think about it like the word queer, which some people are very happy to self-describe as, and for other people it's the term that, someone with a skinhead shouted at them before trying to beat them up outside a nightclub. And that's how a lot of women feel about TERF. Some feel that they've reclaimed it, others feel that this is a word that they associate with people who want to slit their throat. So it's one that I would handle with tongs, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
It stands for trans exclusionary radical feminist, and it kind of doesn't mean any of those things anymore. I'm often called a TERF, even though I've written in print that I think trans women are women. It doesn't matter, though. It just means this is a bad woman. You don't need to know any more about her. I mean, TERF is basically witch.
I had been becoming increasingly concerned about the way in which women were being shut down. Women who I felt had some very valid concerns. I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings.
Like, what were they doing?
They were banging and kicking on windows, very threatening. They were masked. I'm looking at an assault now on freedom of speech, freedom of thought, even freedom of association.
Fuck you! Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist! Nobody knows who you are and nobody cares, and you will die alone! You will die alone and you will burn in hell!
Chapter 4. Terf wars. Growing up, what did you understand feminism to be? Who were the feminists that you looked up to, and what did you see them fighting for?
I was very feminist in my late teens, early 20s. And I was reading books that even then were a little outdated. People like Kate Millett, Germaine Greer, Simone de Beauvoir, obviously, who was dead by the time I came to her book. I would describe myself now, and probably then too, as an idealist, definitely, but never really an ideologue. Mm-hmm. I was, and always have been, passionately concerned about the plight of girls and women, not only in the West, but further afield.
J.K. Rowling was born in 1965, and that means that she lives, her youth through a particularly vibrant time for the UK feminist movement. In 1971, the first women's refuge opened in Britain, in Chiswick in West London. And that was the first time that women who had been beaten up by their partners, had somewhere to go. They had somewhere to leave.
You're saying there weren't places like that until 1971?
Yeah, the first one was founded by a woman called Erin Pitsey.
Very shortly after we started, women began to come and to talk about the fact they were battered at home by their husbands, and they seemed to be able to get no help from the social services, from the police, or from their solicitors.
And her stories about that first refuge are heartbreaking. Women walking in covered with bruises, covered in cigarette burns.
Nobody seemed to be doing anything constructive to help. They just seemed to be sending these women back to the men who beat them, and some back to be killed.
In 1971, when Rowling would have just been a young girl heading off to primary school, the world was seeing the development of something that women in my generation grew up largely taking for granted. A place to go when you've been the victim of what we now call domestic violence.
He came home one day and he cut me right across here with a carving knife. I had to wait until he collapsed and fell asleep, before I could go to the hospital.
The things that people were going through in private behind closed doors during that time are now quite horrifying to reflect on.
He strangled me once, and all I could remember in the end was all this blood, thick, slimy blood, all coming out my mouth. I was on the line between life and death.
And it was part of a wider movement that decade about the idea that you weren't just talking about what police used to euphemistically call wife beating, which was usually done in response, to nagging and was therefore just a domestic. All of that language got swept away and people instead began to talk about domestic violence, and that the idea that this was a crime and that was something that caused real harm and needed to be prosecuted.
The shelter not only gave women a safe refuge, but it also raised awareness of how often these things were happening. And that paved the way for real changes in law enforcement and social services. This is the founder of that first shelter, Erin Pitsey, speaking in 2014.
And the other problem also, unless she had a family to go to who would protect her, there was no money, because as soon as she tried to go to get some kind of security money from Social Security, they'd say to her, but your husband, in those days mostly, your husband wants you back, so therefore you're not entitled to anything.
Protecting women from both partner violence and the poverty that could befall them if they tried to leave their husbands became a primary focus of British feminism throughout Rowling's youth.
So that was a big theme of the 70s and 80s, as was Reclaim the Night.
Police are investigating the discovery of a woman's body on a playing field in the Chapeltown district of Leeds. The woman, who hasn't yet been identified, was found by a milkman on his early delivery round. Murder squad detectives...
So in 1977, you had Reclaim the Night, which was a response to the Yorkshire Ripper, who was a serial killer of women.
The Yorkshire Ripper. Like his Victorian predecessor, Jack the Ripper, he mutilated his women victims.
Sutcliffe murdered 13 women across Yorkshire and the northwest of England between 1975 and 1980. He was also convicted of the attempted murder of 7 other women.
And this provoked an enormous feminist backlash, and a backlash really to the idea that women weren't safe in public spaces, you know, that women were living under this constant threat of male violence and intimidation. And that sparked marches all across the UK, in the world.
Night is magical for men. They hunt down random victims, find in the dark solace, sanction, and sanctuary. We will have to take back the night.
It's very much a feature of the culture in which I grew up, that women, by virtue of their biology, are subjected to specific harms, specific pressures, and require certain protections. And that is inextricably linked with our biology, and we cannot fight for our rights without naming and accurately describing what makes us different from men.
Rowling says that this was all foundational to her understanding of why feminism was necessary. Because for generations, the reality of male violence and predation was a fact that had been ignored, downplayed, and even excused, until feminists fought for it to be recognized and remedied in as many ways as possible.
My feminism must remain grounded in the sex class and the oppressions my sex class suffer. That's the basis for our oppression. That's my understanding of why certain things have happened to me.
And of course, we now know that Rowling herself needed these protections and services in her own life. And while watching these women fight for their rights, Rowling says she also watched as they were constantly vilified for it.
British feminism faced all the same attacks that American feminism did, that it was being carried out by ultra-leftists, by overgrown student protesters, by people who were, you know, probably lesbians or not normal women in some other sense.
Feminists were hugely disparaged across the mainstream. They were ugly, they didn't shave their armpits, they were aggressive, they were butch. And I suppose I see real parallels with now, with the slur that is Terf. All the same tropes about a woman not behaving the way a woman is supposed to behave. You know, all of the cliches.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit!
Which brings us to today. We'll be right back.
Here comes the bride, so gay with pride.
Over the past couple of decades, the fight for LGBT rights has experienced many landmark victories.
Hugging, kissing, and toasting in the streets.
Most notably, the legalization of same-sex marriage in both the UK and the US.
An historic milestone for gay couples in England and Wales.
Just one of many same-sex unions today, proudly under the banner of love, but now also under the protection of the U.S. Constitution.
Today, we can say, in no uncertain terms, that we've made our union a little more perfect.
Then, legal restrictions were dropped on same-sex couples' ability to adopt children. And a record number of LGBT candidates have been elected in races across the U.S.
80% of Fortune 500 companies protect their transgender employees. Most major cities protect their transgender residents.
Starting today, transgender individuals may openly join the U.S. military.
And in just the last decade, trans rights and acceptance in particular have come into the spotlight. Culturally, with the visibility of trans celebrities like Laverne Cox and Caitlyn Jenner, but also through a series of big institutional wins, from the dropping of restrictions on military service to the Bostock decision from the U.S. Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court has ruled that LGBT Americans are protected by the anti-discrimination laws of this country,
which in 2020 ruled that trans citizens have equal protection under the law and cannot be discriminated against in areas like housing and the workplace.
This is a major civil rights opinion in the Supreme Court.
And yet,
overnight protesters taking their battle cry for transgender rights directly to the White House.
Shame on Trump! Protect the trans students!
Accusing the
there's also been a backlash to some of these gains. Whether it's from President Trump, who overturned Obama-era protections for trans healthcare and military service, or populist leaders across the world, figures like Viktor Orban in Hungary, who are stoking attacks on the very legitimacy of LGBT identities altogether. But that was not the fight that J.K. Rowling would eventually step into.
I think the hardest thing for outsiders to understand is that there are two different arguments going on. One is the traditional conservative right argument, which is anti-LGBT. So someone like Viktor Orban in Hungary doesn't think people should be allowed to transition and, wants to take away that right from them, which is part of a broader idea that kind of LGBT identities are decadent and postmodern and, are going to sort of sap the vital life force out of the country. That is one criticism of modern LGBT politics. The other one is a criticism from the left, in which it says sometimes male people and female people have different interests, no matter how the male people identify, and we need to work out those conflicts in policy and law.
Recently, a conflict has been growing within the political left among many of the very same people who have long fought for and cheered on these recent gains in LGBT rights. A conflict about whether sometimes the fight for trans rights is ever at odds with the hard-won gains of the women's rights movement.
That is very different from saying someone's a pervert or a degenerate, right? It says you are perfectly free to live your life. This is a perfectly valid identity to adopt. However, there might be times when it comes into conflict with other identities.
Take, for example, women's sports.
Transgender swimmer Leah Thomas is breaking barriers and records.
Leah Thomas to the wall first, and that is a new Ivy League meet record.
Recently, a swimmer at the University of Pennsylvania, who competed on the men's team as a freshman, sophomore, and junior, transitioned and began competing on the women's team.
Leah Thomas dominated this weekend's women's swimming Ivy League championships.
Not only winning major championships, but also breaking women's swimming records.
Thomas is eligible to compete under NCAA rules, which require transgender athletes to complete at least 1 year of testosterone suppression treatments.
This prompted many to come out and argue that it's unfair for someone who went through male puberty to join the women's team. Because, they argued, the athletic advantages that come with male puberty cannot be fully erased with hormone therapy.
You're never going to be able to remove male physical advantage. Not all of it. You may be able to remove a third of it, or you may even be able to remove a half of it.
This included Olympic athletes like Sharon Davies, Michael Phelps.
I believe that we all should feel comfortable with who we are in our own skin, but I think sports should all be played at an even playing field.
And Caitlyn Jenner.
It is just not fair.
And also feminists.
At the heart of all of this, there really are just two issues that people feel strongly about. Fairness in sports on one hand, and the importance of acceptance and inclusion on the other. And right there...
Many of these feminists point out that they have fought hard and are still fighting for funding and resources for women's sports. And they see a real conflict in interest here that needs to be addressed. But some trans athletes like Thomas ask, how is this situation all that different from the fact that there are real physical variations between all individuals?
I'm not a medical expert, but there's a lot of variation among cis female athletes.
Quick note, the term cis refers to people who are not transgender.
There are cis women who are very tall and very muscular and have more testosterone than another cis woman, and should that then also disqualify them?
And many trans advocates say that attempts to prohibit trans women and girls from playing women's sports is a form of bigotry. And this conflict becomes both more complicated and more contentious when it's not women's sports at issue, but women's spaces. Spaces like women's bathrooms, locker rooms, domestic violence shelters, and even prisons. In recent years, that tension has become much more urgent, especially for some feminists in the UK, because of a proposed legal change that's often referred to as self-ID.
Well, campaigners are worried about potential changes to the Gender Recognition Act, which would allow men and women to choose their own gender, arguing it could enable predatory men to abuse women in single-sex spaces.
The legal suggestion that it was going to be made much easier to change your legal gender was what made this not just an abstract discussion among feminists and queer theorists, but a matter of quite urgent public policy in Britain.
We say no to self-identification. We say no to males in women's prisons.
For years in the UK, if a trans person wanted to be fully recognized by the government as their preferred gender, they needed to go through a medical evaluation and receive a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, which essentially is an intense discomfort that people can feel if their gender identity does not match their body. But this proposed change would allow people to alter their legal sex or gender based largely on, as the name suggests, their self-declared gender identity, without any medical requirements or diagnosis at all. It was a change some trans people wanted, in part because they felt that the need for a diagnosis was stigmatizing.
The arguments came about the idea that, as it stands, the procedure involves gatekeeping. You know, you need to prove to doctors that you're trans, which is exactly what the trans activists hated about it, the idea that someone else gets the final stamp on your very personal identity. But the feminist argument was that some level of gatekeeping was necessary in order to safeguard single-sex spaces.
In other words, the removal of that need for a medical diagnosis, the elimination of that gatekeeping, concerned some feminists, especially those shaped by movements like Take Back the Night. They worried that predatory males would find some way to take advantage of these looser requirements to harm women and girls. They were concerned that, in a good faith effort to make things easier for trans people, the government was aggravating risks to women.
I've been watching this. I've been interested in it, and I did a lot of reading around it.
And as this public debate grew, one of those concerned feminists was J.K. Rowling.
So I was already aware that the activism was arguing for this kind of self-identification. Therefore, an entirely male-bodied male can, by self-declaration, become, in inverted commas, a woman. Conceptually, as it were. He's now conceptually a woman. And I was troubled by that activism because after a long life dealing with certain issues, whether as a donor or an activist myself or from being a woman, I think I have a very realistic view, not a scaremongering view, on what may happen when you loosen boundaries around single-sex spaces for women and girls. So that troubled me. Have you thought through what this could mean for women and girls? I can already hear the screams of outrage. You are saying that trans people are all predators. Of course I am not, any more than I'm saying I'm a happily married straight woman. I know perfectly well all men aren't predators. I know that. I have good men in my life who are among my favourite people. But I am also aware that 98 to 99% of sexual offences are caused by those born with penises. The problem is male violence. All a predator wants is access. And to open the doors of changing rooms or rape centres, domestic violence centres, to open the doors to any male who says, I'm a woman and I have the right to be here, it will constitute a risk to women and girls. Now, that actually has very little to do with trans people and a lot to do with what we know are the risks from men to women. But this is the flashpoint. The activists who would argue against me, I've seen them say, but these are now women. And I say, well, here is where what a woman is becomes hugely important. And I also ask myself a question I think is such a useful and basic question to ask yourself if you want to ascertain whether you're being intellectually honest. What proof would I need to see to change my opinion? And so I asked myself that question. Okay, so I thought, well, it's being claimed that nobody has ever abused dressing as the opposite sex and no trans woman has ever presented a physical threat to a woman in an intimate space. Obviously, if I go looking and there's literally no evidence that's ever happened, well, then clearly my fears are baseless. So I went and looked, and it's with no pleasure that I say that there was very clear evidence that that had happened.
Our top story tonight, a transgender prisoner sexually attacked inmates in a female jail.
So there's a famous case in England of a trans woman called Karen White who was convicted of sexual offences and sent to women's prison and then sexually assaulted 2 women.
The court heard how she used her transgender persona to put herself in contact with vulnerable women. She'd ended up in the female Newhall prison at Wakefield on remand after a number of sexual offences, including rape. Tonight, questions about how someone who'd raped women and who claimed to be transgender ended up in a female jail before undergoing any proper gender reassignment and was able to abuse fellow inmates.
That happened, and it was quite a big moment, I think, for UK feminism, for all these people who'd been told that this would never happen, to finally have evidence that, in fact, it had happened.
Can you articulate where those on the opposing side of this debate are coming from? Like, what is the steelman, good faith way to understand the argument that says, if your gender identity is female, then medical transition or not, you should be housed in a women's prison?
There is a completely reasonable argument, which is that trans women are particularly at risk of sexual violence in male prisons. And that is a fact. There are lots of groups who are vulnerable, particularly in male prisons. Male prisons are in any case a really horrible place to be. The conditions are horrible. You know, they are violent, tense places to be. And, you know, America, with its much greater rates of incarceration, those problems are amplified. So I do think there is a completely reasonable point to say, if you are a trans woman who has been convicted of a non-violent crime, is it going to be a huge risk to your safety to be put in a men's prison? Yes, it is. And the conclusion that Britain has come to really is that people with a gender recognition certificate, that is people who have legally fully transitioned, the presumption should be that they should be in the female estate. And then for everybody else, it's an individual case conference. But with the presumption that if you're convicted of a violent or sexual crime, you cannot be safely held in the women's prison estate. Now, that's not what's happened in America at all. And the ACLU, the great liberal organisation, have been fighting on behalf of trans women, some of whom have been convicted of violent offences, to stay in the women's estate. And that is very alarming to me.
The ACLU has also been fighting on behalf of trans people when it comes to bathroom access. And there's a similar argument playing out there. Feminists are concerned when they hear of assaults by trans women or males who pose as trans women in public bathrooms. There's one well-publicized example that involves an attack on a 10-year-old girl in Scotland.
It's rare, but it does happen. There are extensively documented cases of it. However, we should be really careful that we shouldn't play into a moral panic narrative that says that, you know, people are going to transition just to predate on people. The thing I would say is that predators exploit any loophole that they can, you know, and that is something that we should always be alert to. When you're doing safeguarding, you can't have a kind of rosy view of humanity. You have to look at what the worst that could happen is. So I think while maintaining that it is rare, I think you have to acknowledge that it happens.
Because assaults in bathrooms are so rare, trans people often find it galling and humiliating when decision makers try to force them to use the bathroom of their sex at birth.
It's just routine. Like, everyone goes to the restroom, everyone gets out. It's nothing, it's not a big deal.
Many trans people report that they avoid public bathrooms as it is, out of fear of being called out or even attacked. And this makes it difficult for them to just be in public, at a concert or a stadium, but even more importantly, at work or at school. And advocates ask, when the risk to others is low, why impose interventions that could make this tough situation any harder?
It's just going to the bathroom. You go do your business, then you wash your hands, and then you leave. It's just simple. And when people make a big deal about it, it just kind of gets blown out of proportion.
In an increasingly polarized world, gender issues have become the front line, and it can be hard to know where to start, how to express an opinion, if it's even okay to voice one. Yet as the chasm between opposing views increases, it's vulnerable children who've fallen into the abyss.
And finally, the issue that's brought this once obscure debate into the center of culture is the medical transition of young people.
Child transition. And that's particularly acute because the composition of the group of people trying to transition as children has changed, and it has grown enormously.
Now, in recent years, there's been a huge increase in the number of children reporting gender dysphoria.
Well, it's estimated.
You know, we're talking about a difference in Britain between a couple of hundred people a year to thousands a year in the last decade or so.
The clinics here and in London see 3,000% more patients than they did 10 years ago. Among girls, referrals are up more than 5,000%. There's no question this service...
Across the Western world, there has been a sharp rise in the number of minors who are seeking to transition, especially among young females. And in just the US, the number of clinics that help young people transition has grown from 0 to more than 100 in just the past 15 years.
There's no question this service is helping children who feel distressed in their own bodies. But the full impact of children making decisions about their gender at such young ages may not truly be clear until much later in their lives.
5,000 children were referred to the clinic last year, and that's a 20-fold increase on the number a decade ago.
That's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, and so that means you've got...
There's definitely something going on there, and whether or not those people are getting the right treatment is a big question when the treatments are themselves so new. Is a very fraught question indeed.
One controversy related to child transition is a treatment often referred to as puberty blockers. Now, these drugs are not new. For decades, they've been used to treat a condition where a child begins puberty early, sometimes as young as age 6 or 7. Blockers halt that development, and then a child can resume the process years later, alongside their peers.
That's a very different use case than the modern way of using them for trans children, which is to block puberty in your natal sex and then go straight on to cross-sex hormones from the other sex.
Young people with gender dysphoria tend to be extremely distressed by their changing bodies, so gender clinicians began using these drugs off-label to halt their puberty, and then later might introduce cross-sex hormones. So, for example, a female would grow facial hair, or a male would develop breast tissue.
I've been concerned for some time that there are providers who are not following the standards of care, which historically have invoked the need for an individualized, comprehensive biopsychosocial evaluation prior to the initiation of medicines.
This is Dr. Erica Anderson, a psychologist who has worked extensively with transgender youth and who is herself a transgender woman. She's also a former board member of WPATH, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. As Dr. Anderson told me, WPATH recommends that before prescribing interventions like puberty blockers, clinicians should methodically evaluate a young person, that they should take time with a minor and their parents to investigate any underlying conditions, and make sure that this is the right treatment for each individual. But puberty blockers have become a flashpoint in part because some clinicians do not appear to be following those guidelines.
So what I've seen in the USA, and this has been reported elsewhere, is that there are some young people who are going to providers and obtaining puberty blockers and hormones, but not having a full mental health evaluation. And I think that's sloppy and bad practice.
Over the past decade, it has become increasingly common for parents and doctors to adopt an approach where they affirm a child when they say they're trans. But Dr. Anderson says that some well-meaning clinics and doctors have gone further than that, and that in their attempts to support gender nonconforming kids, they have stopped asking important questions, and often too quickly accept a child's self-assessment. Some trans advocates argue that that's exactly what clinics should be doing, as this popular TikTok video explains.
No one says that cisgender kids are too young to know that they are cisgender. No, cisgender kids are pretty much always trusted to know their gender identity. If cisgender kids are young enough to know that they are not transgender, then transgender kids are young enough to know that they are transgender. It's as simple as that.
It's not as simple as that.
Dr. Anderson says that, especially when dealing with kids, you need to ensure that you're diagnosing them correctly, just as you would with any other medical condition. But in addition, child and adolescent brains are still developing, so rushing a young person into gender transition without a full evaluation of other co-occurring conditions is bad practice.
And this, to me, flies in the face of the history of medicine, clinical medicine, and clinical psychology, which the hallmark of which is an individualized evaluation before you provide treatment. This concern on my part is further accentuated by the phenomenon we've also seen in the last few years, which is a flood of young people going to gender clinics expressing gender variance way out of proportion to what we've ever seen before, and in numbers that are not entirely understandable.
Dr. Anderson and other clinicians still believe there are benefits to using puberty blockers for some kids with gender dysphoria. But they are also urging caution, especially to doctors who offer these treatments based largely on a young person's request for them. And that's partly because these treatments, puberty blockers followed by hormone therapy, can lead to infertility and, for young males whose puberty is blocked in its early stages, a high likelihood of never experiencing an orgasm. She says that doctors need to ensure that these treatments are being provided just to those who need them, and that they aren't misdiagnosing patients.
Ruby began identifying as male at 13 years old. Now, 21, she'd been planning to have surgery to remove her breasts. But in May, she made the decision to come off testosterone and detransition to identify as female, her sex at birth.
Stories about young people who regret their decision to transition have been well publicized in recent years. They often say that, as children, they weren't capable of consenting to treatments with lifelong consequences that they couldn't truly comprehend. Others say they wish clinicians had spent more time looking into their other mental health issues before recommending medical transition. One of these young women spoke with Sky News.
Ruby now feels her eating disorder was more of a factor than she first realised in her gender dysphoria.
None of the therapists that I spoke to brought that up. They didn't think that it was linked.
Do you?
I think so, yes, because they're both kind of based in how I feel about my body, so I've seen similarities between the two.
There's currently no data for how many in the trans community detransition, and to talk about it can be viewed as transphobic. But people like Ruby say more discussion is needed, as well as more options for people with gender dysphoria.
Accounts like these have served as confirmation for those concerned that young people are not getting the support they need. At the same time, they've been a source of deep frustration to many trans advocates who say that regret is rare and that we should trust kids to know that they are who they say they are, rather than putting them through months or years-long evaluations. What complicates all of this is that the protocols for youth gender care are so new. The current president of WPATH, Dr. Marcy Bowers, cites a figure that about 80% of the research on youth gender medicine has been done in just the last 10 years. And though there are currently no authoritative long-term studies about the phenomenon of detransition, nor about the overall effectiveness of some of these treatments in minors, Finland, Sweden, and the UK are all currently reevaluating their youth gender treatments and calling for more resources, more studies, and tighter protocols to be put in place.
Unpleasant as adolescence is, I mean, I hated adolescence. I do not romanticize adolescence. I think it's a dreadful time. I remember times of pure joy when I was with my friends, and I remember fun. But if you ask me, do you want to go back to being 13 tomorrow and live it all again? I would say absolutely bloody not. I want to stay exactly where I am. But I do think that it is a necessary part of our development.
Rowling told me that watching this sharp rise in youth transition, especially the rise among young females, started to feel like a particularly feminist concern, and something that resonated with her from her own childhood.
I grew up in what I would say was quite a misogynistic household. Like all young girls, I grew up with certain standards of beauty and ideals of femininity, and I felt I didn't fit into either of those groups. I didn't feel particularly feminine, and I certainly didn't feel, that I looked the way I was supposed to look. I looked very androgynous at 11 and 12. I had short hair, and I can certainly remember in adolescence feeling acutely anxious. I think this is so common. In fact, I think I know more women who have felt it than not. I felt very, very anxious about my changing body because you become aware it's attracting scrutiny that you don't welcome. You know, I can remember the comments about your body, the difficulty of dealing with periods, period shaming, particularly from boys at school, this sort of squeamish fascination that young men have with female bodies that is a mixture of disgust and desire. It's very difficult to cope with that. I question my sexuality. I'm thinking, well, I can tell my friends are pretty. Does that mean I'm gay? Which I think is very common. I grew up to be a straight woman, but I've never forgotten that feeling of anxiety around my body.
So is it your position that it's too big of a decision, essentially, for a child to make, to transition and experience these long-term consequences that they can't yet comprehend?
Personally, I don't believe even a 14-year-old can truly understand what the loss of their fertility is. At 14, if you'd said to me, do you want children? I'd have said, no, I don't want them. But it has been the most joyful, wonderful thing in my life. That doesn't mean I think everyone should have kids. It doesn't mean I think to be a woman you need to have kids. I'm talking very personally. For me, my children have been an unmatched joy, and I wouldn't change a thing. And I couldn't have comprehended that at 14. I would have had no idea what I was giving up.
And yet, as I sat with Rowling and listened to her views about youth transition, it was clear that they aren't black and white.
My feeling is, and it's a feeling that was strongly expressed in the Potter books, that as many diverse life experiences as possible should be explored and expressed. And having felt like an outsider in several different ways in my life, I have a real feeling for the underdog. And I have a real feeling for people who feel they don't fit. And I see that hugely, particularly among younger trans people. I can understand that feeling only too well.
But seeing this recent surge in numbers seemed like something worth questioning soberly.
Gender dysphoria exists. It causes massive distress. I know it's real. And I know there will be, I believe, a minority of people for whom this will be a solution. But in the numbers we're currently seeing, particularly of young people coming forward, I find cause for doubt and cause for concern. So I did what I always tend to do when in that situation. So I read a ton of books. That is my instinct. If I'm interested in
Rowling said that she went out and bought some of the big best-selling memoirs by trans authors.
Out of this gender identity movement. So Jacob Tobias, Sissy, Andrea Long Chu, brilliant writer, females, Gender Games, The Trouble with Men.
She read essays.
Is gender fluid, Dr. Sally
and academic literature from influential thinkers like Judith Butler.
And I'm reading countless blogs and articles.
You're trying to have your views challenged.
Completely, because I really want to understand what is the thinking through personal experience, but also the philosophy, the ideology. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, am I missing something?
We'll be right back.
Here at the Free Press, we know firsthand how difficult it is to manage all of the operations of our business and how important it is to have visibility and control over our financials. Businesses like ours just can't afford not to know our numbers, and that's why we would love to tell you about NetSuite. NetSuite by Oracle is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth, and it's trusted by over 33,000 companies. NetSuite has everything you need to grow all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses cited increased visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. So on behalf of the Free Press, if you run a business and you need a best-in-class financial system, we strongly recommend NetSuite. Go to netsuite.com/Witch Trials. For those ready to upgrade to the #1 financial system for growing businesses, you can learn more about NetSuite's new 2023 financing program at netsuite.com/Witch Trials. That's netsuite.com/Witch Trials.
Over the months and years that Rowling was immersing herself in queer theory and memoirs of different trans thinkers, this conflict between some feminists and trans activists continued to escalate.
The debate's due to start in an hour, and suddenly protesters come in wearing masks.
We're putting on an event tonight. We've got all these young people in bandanas trying to force their way in. They've got faces covered. They're actually being aggressive and violent.
She pushed me when she came in. I'm not she, you fucking cunt! I pronounce the name!
In the past few years, as the feminists have tried to organize meetings and debates to discuss everything from women's sports to self-ID to the proper treatment of gender dysphoria in kids, they've been met with protesters trying to shut them down.
These are trans activists protesting outside a feminist meeting. They're shouting TERF. It stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. Across the country, clashes are erupting between the two groups.
These activists say that trans women are women, full stop. And to them, to engage in a debate at all is to engage in transphobic hate speech.
And then we come to the famous two-word slogan, the stock phrase, no debate, no debate, no debate. We hear it all the time. That alarms me, really alarms me. I can't think of a purer instance of authoritarianism than no debate. In fact, that is the attitude of the fundamentalist. You may not challenge my ideas. That makes you evil. I am righteous. I don't have to explain my righteousness. And I am entitled, therefore, to bully you, to harass you, to silence you, to take away your livelihood, all the way up to attacking you.
I've had things thrown at me. I've been accused of things I have never done or said. People seem to have no concern about evidence or even about libel.
Many of the feminists labeled as TERFs have been attacked and received death threats, along with accusations that, despite what they say, they are actually Nazis and fascists.
There have been physical assaults. A woman called Maria McLaughlin, she was at Speaker's Corner in London, which is an infamous site for freedom of speech. It's where people can go say whatever they like, pretty much. And she went there to a feminist meeting and she was physically assaulted. By a trans woman called Tara Wolfe, who was convicted of assault, who had said online before going to that meeting, I want to fuck up some TERFs.
You know, when I cover this subject, I often say that afterwards I need to relax by covering something uncontroversial like Israel-Palestine or abortion, right? It's extremely fraught.
This is Michelle Goldberg, reporter and columnist at the New York Times.
And one reason it's extremely fraught is that you have two groups of people who legitimately feel extremely embattled.
You wrote about this conflict in The New Yorker in 2014 in an article called What is a Woman? And even back then, you talked about how intense the threats and intimidation tactics were towards feminists who were voicing these views. You quote some of the online threats in the article, which said things like, "Kill TERFs 2014. How about slowly and horrendously murder TERFs in saw-like torture machines and contraptions? A young blogger holding a knife posted a selfie with the caption, 'Fetch me a TERF.' Such threats, you write, have become so common that radical feminist websites have taken to cataloging them."
Yeah, I mean, I think that, those quotes that you just read, I don't think those people are representative of the trans rights movement. But nevertheless, there's a lot of feminists who feel aggrieved at people kind of constantly saying, if you don't recognize me as a woman, I'm going to rape you. They feel like there is this very vicious online dialogue in which a really brute sort of misogyny is dressed up in progressive clothes. And so, to add insult to injury, you're not even supposed to complain about it within feminist spaces.
It should be possible to have a discussion
where there are a range of different people who can enter into a dialogue about this.
These feminists believe that their views are not only inside the bounds of respectable discourse, but also that the accusations that they are violent transphobes feels less like a sincere criticism and more like an attempt to smear them so that no one will listen to them.
I mean, what we're seeing in the world is more and more people shutting down free speech. You're censoring ideas. You're shutting down controversy. And in a democratic society, that's how we come to a better understanding of each other.
And beyond just online insults, this approach from activists has had real-life consequences. Women expressing these views have lost their jobs in publishing, in academia, in journalism, and the arts. Women athletes have been dropped by advertisers, authors dropped from book deals. For voicing her concerns, Dr. Erica Anderson, a trans woman who's helped dozens of kids medically transition, has been labeled a Terf and disinvited from public events. Michelle, from your reporting on this over the years, what is the best way to understand the side of the protesters in this conflict? The people who are calling to silence these debates, where are they coming from? And what do they feel is at stake in all of this?
Well, look, what's at stake for a lot of people is just the ability to live their lives with any sort of dignity and security. And again, I want to emphasize, and I hope this makes it into the podcast, that is why I think the temperature of this is so high. Because, especially in the United States, trans people are so embattled. You have these sweeping, oppressive laws.
119 anti-transgender bills have been introduced in state legislatures this year alone.
Suing the state of Alabama after the governor
making their way through Ohio's legislature.
Arkansas passing a bill blocking gender-affirming care for trans.
Activists are calling the move an attack on the LGBTQ community.
Despite the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that protects transgender Americans from discrimination, and despite President Biden overturning the Trump-era policies against trans health care and military service, there have been hundreds of proposed or recently passed laws that have sought to limit trans people's access to bathrooms, their participation in girls' and women's sports, and to restrict medical transition for minors. And some of the laws come with severe penalties.
Last week, Alabama became the third state in the nation to pass a measure restricting gender-affirming care for transgender and non-binary youth, but it's the first state to actually impose criminal penalties. The law would make providing that care a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison.
Additionally, online, just as there are some trans advocates who send violent and harassing threats toward the people they call TERFs, there are also many others, often coming from the right and the alt-right, who send violent and harassing threats towards trans activists and their allies. Some based on accusations that any attempt to teach kids about trans identities is actually a smokescreen for a desire to sexually exploit young children. And in this climate, many activists feel that feminists calling for open dialogue and good faith debate are really just opening them up to greater harm.
I think that what is so painful for them is that, they feel like these issues of daily survival are being treated as secondary to culture war flashpoints, around these kind of relatively few handful of cases involving women's sports. These few cases where there's really hard calls about things like prisons or domestic violence shelters. And people that I've spoken to feel that the intense focus on these issues is itself kind of undermining them, right? That they feel so under siege. And when people are really scared and they're really under siege, then they don't want to have a kind of searching, probing conversation about the legitimacy of their identity for kind of obvious reasons.
Yeah, and they don't want to hear debates about, nuanced issues when they feel like they're fighting for basic rights.
Right. I mean, I think you'll often hear people say, I'm not going to debate my basic humanity. And part of the difficulty is that there are indeed certain issues which we have sort of decided somewhat collectively with some sort of consensus are beyond the realm of debate. And I think that part of what is so difficult about this issue is that there's certain people who think that this kind of consensus can be imposed maybe as opposed to evolve organically. And so they're sort of desperately trying to shore it up in the hopes, I think, that if they can, they will enjoy the same sort of assumed protection as other groups whose rights we've decided are not up for public conversation. I think the problem is that we don't actually have a consensus about what gender means or what makes someone a boy or girl or a woman or a man. And so you still have to talk these things out and have these conversations. And I think there are plenty of trans people who believe that, but the people who are policing the discourse have maybe outsized visibility.
Okay, so let's go back to 2016, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
You obviously are a very public person. You are not shy in general about speaking your mind. And it seems like you've had really strong views about what you were reading, and you had done a ton of reading and research and thinking. Did you want to join the public conversation at the time?
Did I want to join the public conversation? Yes. Why did I want to join it? Because I was watching women being shut down. And it was as though there was no woman perfect enough to say her piece. If she's a regular woman with no particular platform, she's a bigot. That's that. You're a bigot. If she's an informed woman who is working in a sphere where this will really have an impact, and for example, I saw a prison governor speaking out, this is not okay. These are already traumatized women. Huge abuse hurled at her. Shut up. You don't really understand. What do you know about being a trans woman? It seemed there was always a way to shut down women's voices. People are terrified of speaking up. So I really was starting to feel this moral obligation. I knew what was coming, but I thought there are people who probably, if I'm honest, probably could speak and don't want to speak. They're not going to lose their livelihoods. But there are a ton of women who are being forced not to speak because they literally won't make rent. So I actually wanted to join the conversation and speak up earlier than I did. And I was not held back, I'm not saying that I couldn't have done it anyway, but there were people close to me who were begging me not to do it. I think out of concern of what that would mean, they'd watched what had happened to other public figures, and there was certainly a feeling of this is not a wise thing to do, don't do it. So I'm living in this state, once again, actually, I'm living in what I feel is a duplicitous state. I have this massive concern. I'm watching women being shut down and bullied, their employers being targeted by a movement that I see as authoritarian, illiberal. I'm hugely concerned about young people, often the kind of young people who found a refuge in my books. So, there's a feeling of empathy there because I was one of those young people myself. And I absolutely can say that I was living in a state of real tension, similar to when I'm planning to leave my ex-husband, because although I am not physically in danger, I feel I am lying by omission. I should speak up. I feel the right thing here is to try and force this conversation, because on behalf of people I'm seeing shut down who do not have let's face it.
Insulation, right?
It is insulation. It is the privileged white woman. Absolutely. I am protected in ways I never dreamt I would be protected. Of course, I'm also exposed to threats that other people sometimes aren't exposed to. But it's more than that. Whatever happens, if everyone decides you are an evil witch, we will never buy your books again, I can feed my family. We all know I'm fine. My world doesn't crash. My kids don't go hungry. I once lived that life. That was the potential of making a bad financial decision and spending £2 too much one week. So I reached a point of high tension, and I have to say something.
You're saying you felt obligated?
Yeah, there did come a point where I felt obligated because I felt, I'm being contacted by women. And by the way, these women aren't even saying to me, do it, you do it. No one's trying to coerce me into it. It's just that I'm having these conversations, and the climate of fear was scaring me more than speaking out. What are we letting happen here? This is insane that there's this much fear around a woman arguing that she has the right to describe her life and her body in any way she chooses. This is insanely regressive. But also, I did reach a point where I thought, I can't keep living with myself if I don't say something. So it was personal as well. I have to speak. I just have to. believe you me, I did not feel any sense of joy in that. I didn't think, yippee, I can't wait for this. This is going to be amazing. I really thought this is going to be horrible, but I've got to do it. I cannot look myself in the mirror if I don't do it. So I did.
More to come next time. You've been listening to The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, produced by Andy Mills, Matthew Bull, and me, Megan Phelps-Roper, and brought to you by the Free Press. Our sincere thanks to you for listening, and we would love to listen to you too. If you have any thoughts or questions for us, you can send us an email at witchtrials@thefp.com. Hello, dear listener. I'm Megan, host of this series, and before we get into the show, I wanted to take a minute to tell you about our sponsor, FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. We live in a moment when free speech, the bedrock of our democracy and of all free societies, is often viewed as suspect, where many argue that the right to free speech is too dangerous, and that even listening to ideological opponents is morally wrong. Many people just don't see a problem with using the law, corporate power, and even extraordinary social pressure to censor viewpoints they disagree with. But many of us feel the costs of all this in our everyday lives. We feel it when we self-censor, afraid to say what we really think, sometimes even in private conversations with friends or loved ones. We feel it when we opt out of a growing number of public discussions, afraid of the potential cost to our jobs and even our relationships. FIRE shares a mission with this show, to remind us why a culture of free speech and open dialogue matters. And regardless of how loud the calls for censorship are, FIRE's defense of that culture is unshakable and invaluable. And if you want to remember why we choose freedom, even for people we strenuously disagree with, you can learn more about FIRE's incredible work at thefire.org. And now, on to the show. This episode contains explicit language and references to sexual violence. It is not suitable for young listeners.
So when I first became interested and then deeply troubled by what I saw as a cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods and was very questionable in its ideas, I absolutely knew that if I spoke out, many people who had loved my books would be deeply unhappy with me. I knew that. I knew because I knew that I could see that they believed they were living the values that I had espoused in those books. I could tell that they believed they were fighting for underdogs and difference and fairness. And I thought it would be easier not to. You know that this could be really bad. And honestly, it has been bad. Personally, it has not been fun. And I have been scared at times for my own safety, and overwhelmingly for my family's safety. Time will tell whether I've got this wrong. I can only say that I've thought about it deeply and hard and long, and I've listened, I promise, to the other side. And I believe absolutely that there is something dangerous about this movement, and it must be challenged.
Chapter 5. The Tweets. Let's talk about the tweets.
Let's talk about them.
On the 19th of December, 2019, J.K. Rowling finally jumped into the public conversation around sex and gender. By that point, she'd spent years following the debate and had become increasingly concerned about what she saw as a vocal group of trans rights advocates unfairly targeting feminists who disagreed with them. So she weighed in with a tweet.
Would you be willing to read the tweet that you wrote that day?
Yeah. I tweeted, "Dress however you please, call yourself whatever you like, sleep with any consenting adult who'll have you, live your best life in peace and security, but force women out of their jobs for stating that sex is real. Hashtag, I stand with Maya. Hashtag, this is not a drill."
What did you want to accomplish with that tweet?
This tweet was in response to the Maya Forstater case.
Maya Forstater had posted a series of messages on social media opposing the government's proposals to reform the Gender Recognition Act.
Maya Forstater posted a number of tweets expressing her beliefs, and her contract with her employer was not renewed after a number of her colleagues complained. She lost her original...
The incident that would finally push Rowling into speaking publicly involved a woman named Maya Forstater, who had spoken out online against the so-called self-ID proposal in the UK. She asserted that biological sex was unchangeable and that this law would undermine women's rights.
After posting tweets like "men cannot change into women," she was accused of offensive language and lost her job.
She was called a bigot, a transphobe, and a danger to trans people. Some of her colleagues complained, and ultimately, the nonprofit where she worked did not renew her contract. And so she decided to fight this, claiming that she'd been the victim of unlawful discrimination.
Disagreement is not harassment. People can have different views, and we ought to be able to talk about them.
This is Forstater, speaking with a journalist for Sky News.
Gender-critical belief, which is the absolutely ordinary belief about sex, that your mother and your grandmother are women, that being female is a thing, is worthy of respect in a democratic society, and people who hold that belief shouldn't be discriminated against or harassed for expressing it.
In the UK, they have what's known as an employment tribunal, which is a dedicated part of the legal system that exclusively deals with disputes between employers and employees. When Forstater took her former employer to this court, she said that, as a citizen of a democracy, she had a right to voice her criticism of a proposed law in public. But a few of her colleagues saw her words as crossing the line into transphobia. Forstater's comments in dispute before the court read, in part, "Everyone's equality and safety should be protected, but women and girls lose out on privacy, safety, and fairness if males are allowed into changing rooms, dormitories, prisons, and sports teams." She also wrote, "Of course, in social situations, I would treat any trans women as an honorary female and use whatever pronouns, etc. I wouldn't try to hurt anyone's feelings, but I don't think people should be compelled to play along with literal delusions like trans women are women." In December 2019, the judge ruled against Forstater. In the published ruling, he wrote that Forstater's belief, quote, "is not a philosophical belief protected by British law." He wrote, "I consider that the claimant's view, in its absolutist nature, is incompatible with human dignity and fundamental rights of others."
The judgment said that basically her speech in this case could not be protected because it was not worthy of respect in a democratic society.
This is Kathleen Stock, a philosopher, writer, and for many years, a professor at the University of Sussex.
This was shocking to me, very shocking to me, because first of all, it seemed like the judge had completely lost the plot. Secondly, it made a big material difference to any other woman who was in a employment situation and who went online to express reasonable worries about a policy that says that any man can legally become a woman just by saying that he is.
Over the past few years, Stock has become one of the most vocal academics in all of the UK on behalf of the feminist side in the debate about self-ID. And she saw this ruling as a danger to free speech in a democratic society.
So I then went to my blog in a fury, really, and typed out quite a short piece called "This is not a drill."
In the hours after the ruling, she wrote a call to action directed at her fellow academics.
So I made a call in this blog post to them directly. I call upon you to stand up and say that there should be free speech on this issue. And I was always very careful to distinguish between the position of someone like Maya, who thinks that there are significant problems with the idea you can change your sex, for instance, and the right of us to say it, even if we're wrong. So my plea to academics was to stand up for the principle that you should be legally permitted to believe and say that biological sex is immutable without fear of losing your job. Even if it turns out that we're wrong, we should still absolutely have the right to say it. The whole point of a university is to contest groupthink or received wisdom. Maybe that contestation will only serve to reinforce the groupthink, but at least it would have been tested. And it has to be tested because there's so many instances from history of where groupthink can go wrong, severely wrong, either empirically or ethically. So academics should have the central role in the culture of testing received wisdom and introducing controversial ideas in order that they may be rationally and empirically discussed.
And while this post didn't cause a flood of support from her colleagues, it very quickly found its way to J.K. Rowling.
The conclusion was reached that her belief that sex is fundamentally immutable was not worthy of respect. You couldn't hold that as a philosophical belief.
Seeing other feminists stand up in support of Maya and against the notion that a person might have to lose their job just for stating this view, Rowling decided that the time had come for her to speak up.
I felt that the tribunal was wrong. I think there is, in my view, considerable evidence for the fact that a woman is the producer of the large gametes, and I found it outrageous that this employment tribunal had decided, no, that belief wasn't worthy of respect. So I decided I'm standing up. I'm standing up right now. I'm done. I drafted the tweet, and then I was considerate enough to phone my management team and say, you cannot argue me out of this. And I read out what I was about to say because I felt they needed warning, because I knew it was going to cause a massive storm. I tweeted, dress however you please, call yourself whatever you like, sleep with any consenting adult who'll have you.
Within seconds of her hitting publish, the replies started pouring in.
And I knew what was coming, and sure enough, it came.
You are so disappointing. Terf. Begone, Terf. Watching your book sales plummet will be lovely. Say whatever you want, but don't be surprised when you're called out as a Terf. You don't have to be a transphobe, you know. You're a cartoon. You could also just say nothing. Pretty sure that Hitler and Nazis have the same view as you and Maya when it comes to being a certain sex. They gassed trans people and anyone else who was different. Within hours, GLAAD, an organization that praised Rowling as a writer who helped LGBT fans find their identities and communities, said, J.K. Rowling has aligned herself with an anti-science ideology that denies the basic humanity of people who are transgender. Amnesty International, a place where Rowling had actually worked for a time in her 20s, and which she credits as having a profound effect on her worldview, tweeted facepalm emojis, along with, just in case anyone needs reminding, trans rights equal human rights, over and over again. There were a lot of people who were genuinely troubled, and they posted sincere questions about what Rowling was thinking, like the actress Mara Wilson, who asked, what exactly is to be gained by using your platform to be cruel and exclusionary to one of the world's most vulnerable populations? And many of those responding were among the most passionate fans of Harry Potter. I have been a huge fan of yours for as long as I can remember, and it breaks my heart to see this. Such a shame that you've become the evil that you taught so many of us to stand up to. You're on the wrong side of history with this one. I hope you come to realize this with time. Your open disdain towards the trans community is the most disappointing revelation my generation has witnessed regarding people we once looked up to. This makes me so sad for millions of children that grew up reading your books. Trans women are women, and you have broken this heart that your books so often healed. As a gay man that found safety in Hogwarts throughout my childhood, knowing that trans people wouldn't be able to have that safety breaks my heart. MuggleNet, the original Harry Potter fan site that Rowling had embraced all those years ago, published a statement alongside a trans rights flag saying, "We want every single Potter fan out there to know that the MuggleNet community stands with you. We see you, we hear you, we support you." Harry Potter conference runners, YouTubers, and podcasts started tweeting things like, "I am baffled that the woman who created such a loving, welcoming, and accepting community can be openly transphobic. I don't understand how you can write 7 books about acceptance, but then not accept everyone. It's truly disappointing."
From the outside, it really looked like the entire Harry Potter internet world, these people who had largely placed you on this pedestal in a way that you said made you uncomfortable, was now saying you were a disgrace.
Yeah, there was absolutely fury and incomprehension.
You know, we talked about this before when you got that criticism from the right.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so wide of the mark, as you say, that it didn't really touch you.
Yeah.
I wondered, did it feel that way from the left as well?
No, because if it's coming from people that you would have thought were allies, yes, that's absolutely going to hit differently. But I don't hold myself...
Because you share those fundamental values.
Yes, because I would assume we share certain values. So yeah, that hits differently. Of course it hits differently. But at the same time, I have to tell you, a ton of Potter fans were still with me. And in fact, a ton of Potter fans were grateful that I'd said what I said.
It's hard to measure the weight of supporters versus detractors over something like a tweet. But it is true that Rowling's post, which was retweeted and liked by hundreds of thousands of people, had many responses in support and appreciation. They said things like, "The number of likes for this tweet will never convey to you how much it mattered that you were willing to tweet it. It felt like you stood with ordinary women and men who support them, as well as with Maya, and it was a joy and a relief that the woman who gave us Harry Potter was prepared to do that." Rowling also told me that she received thousands of private emails of support to her fan mail address, many of them saying that the sender was too scared to post publicly on Twitter, and she shared some of these with me with names redacted. And Rowling's post seemed to surprise and encourage several of the feminists who'd been targeted by campaigns to get them removed from their jobs, and by protests, women like Kathleen Stock.
I was delighted to see, absolutely delighted, because at the time it felt very like there was just a bunch of relatively insignificant women, including myself, howling into the void about it, to be honest, and getting no traction in the media, getting no traction politically, everyone treating us as if we were just total deplorables, which we were not.
What's interesting is the fans that had found themselves in positions of power online, did they feel they needed to take this position because they themselves had followers? Possibly. I don't know. I mean, I do know that there is huge pressure on people to take certain positions at the moment, and I know that there is a huge amount of fear around it. Some of them, I don't doubt, sincerely felt it. They just couldn't understand. Why? Why aren't you simply repeating trans women are women? Why aren't you doing that? That is the kind and good and righteous thing to do. I don't understand. And I'm constantly told I don't understand my own books. I'm constantly told that I have betrayed my own books. My position is that I am absolutely upholding the positions that I took in Potter. My position is that this activist movement, in the form that it's currently taking, echoes the very thing that I was warning against in Harry Potter.
You know, I've been trying to hold out that, like, this person who created a universe that led to this community that has meant so much to me and taught me so many of these values of tolerance and acceptance and unconditional love, like, that she wouldn't really believe this, right? No way.
This is Jackson Bird, an author whose memoir tells the story of how his Harry Potter fandom helped him find his true self. After Rowling's tweet, he wrote an essay for the New York Times titled, "Harry Potter helped me come out as trans, but J.K. Rowling disappointed me." But as you can hear in this excerpt from his appearance on Pottercast, like many fans in December 2019, he wasn't ready to totally turn his back on Rowling.
In some way, like, I try to put myself in her shoes and I'm like, well, you know, she probably lives in this kind of bubble. You know, when you are that wealthy and you've had so much success, like, you're not necessarily going to be meeting all kinds of different people in your life. And it is a confusing topic. And so maybe she came across this stuff from Terf land and it made a little bit of sense to her. And she is such a staunch feminist. And so she kind of fell for some of it, maybe. And I still kind of want to believe that. I want to believe that after she gets over whatever defensiveness she's going to have from this reaction, maybe she will be willing to listen and learn and grow a little bit.
But then she tweeted again. Only this time, it was during the chaotic political moment that was the summer of 2020. We'll be right back.
Here at the Free Press, we know firsthand how difficult it is to manage all of the operations of our business and how important it is to have visibility and control over our financials. Businesses like ours just can't afford not to know our numbers, and that's why we would love to tell you about NetSuite. NetSuite by Oracle is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth, and it's trusted by over 33,000 companies. NetSuite has everything you need to grow all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses cited increased visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. So on behalf of the Free Press, if you run a business and you need a best-in-class financial system, we strongly recommend NetSuite. Go to netsuite.com/Witch Trials. For those ready to upgrade to the #1 financial system for growing businesses, you can learn more about NetSuite's new 2023 financing program at netsuite.com/Witch Trials. That's netsuite.com/Witch Trials.
After that single tweet in December of 2019 and the backlash from many fans, J.K. Rowling and her Twitter account went quiet. She didn't release any statements. She didn't respond to either supporters or critics. And although the story of the fans disappointed in her made its way around the world in news articles and tabloids, the story seemed to fade from public consciousness pretty quickly. There were no widespread calls for boycotts. Her book sales did not suffer. And quickly, much bigger stories dominated the world's attention.
We do have breaking news tonight, a deeply divided moment playing out in American history as we come on the air. President Trump has just been impeached on both Article 1, abuse of power.
The very same week that Rowling sent her "I stand with Maya" tweet.
Now, Donald Trump has become only the third U.S. president to be impeached.
The American president was impeached for the first time since Clinton in the 90s.
It's the single greatest witch hunt in American history, probably in history, but in American history.
And then
China has more than 200 confirmed cases of coronavirus, it's called, which produces
a new virus was spreading around the world.
A SARS-like virus, which has infected hundreds in China, has now reached the United States.
The World Health Organization has officially called it COVID-19.
A virus is more powerful in creating political, economic, and social upheaval than any terrorist attack.
The virus's spread then led to lockdowns around the world.
From this evening, I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home.
Offices were closed. Schools closed. Churches closed. Restaurants, bars, beaches, and even public parks. People stayed home, and according to data that came out later, they were spending more time online, and especially on social media, than ever before. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months, and by May, anti-lockdown protests started erupting around the world.
We do not consent! We do not consent!
I've had enough of being told what I can and cannot do.
I want to be free! I want to live my life! I want all my friends to live their lives!
Then, a video came out of a white police officer kneeling on the neck of a black citizen named George Floyd. Outrage spread across the country. Then the world.
Mass protests here in the United States have sparked a global movement against racial discrimination,
leading to one of the largest protest movements of the 21st century. But also,
you can see police here now firing tear gas into the crowd. They are trying to push these folks back.
The most costly and deadly riots in America since the LA riots in the 90s.
Earlier today, just a few blocks away, there was looting underway nearby. Police seem to have had enough. Stop doing that!
The social contract is broken. You broke the contract. As far as I'm concerned, they can burn this bitch to the ground.
Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
This unrest was also present online, where social media was full of outrage and anger and uncertainty about COVID-19 and its origins, about racism in the US and what should be done to remedy it, about the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and about whether the current systems could remedy these problems or whether those systems needed to be dismantled entirely. There was a reckoning about the past, about historical figures and their statues, but also about prominent people in the present.
We live at a time now where we have what we call cancel culture, man. If you do something wrong, you're supposed to be out of here. And it could have been 5 minutes ago, or it could have been 20, 30 years ago.
When the Twitter mob wants to cancel somebody, they're basically saying that a person has done something harmful. This comes from a place of people wanting...
Famous journalists and writers faced backlashes over tweets and op-eds and lost their jobs. Actors and musicians faced backlashes for insensitive lyrics or jokes and released apology videos. And it was into this environment that on June 6, 2020, J.K. Rowling tweeted again.
So can you set this up for me? Like, where were you?
I was angry.
Yeah.
I was getting really angry.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was I flipped open Twitter and I saw this article. It was actually at the top of my feed. Creating a more equal post-COVID-19 world for people who menstruate.
This article that Rowling saw was using this sort of language that's become both more common and more polarizing in recent years, where outlets avoid using gendered words like women or mothers and instead use phrases like cervix havers, uterus havers, or pregnant people, or in this case, people who menstruate. The idea is that it's more inclusive to those who don't identify as women, but who are still experiencing things like menstruation or pregnancy. But to many feminists, it's also seen as removing women from the center of experiences that directly affect them.
You know, there is power to words with history, both good and ill. And to me, the word woman has its own power. And I do not believe we can meaningfully analyze the harms done to women and girls without using language that has concrete meaning. And I felt there's an obfuscation here. Now, I'm coming to that article on the background of what I see as huge injustice and people trying to shut women down. And I don't doubt that I too was being affected by the incredibly febrile, oppressive atmosphere that we are all currently living in. And that was inflaming my sense of injustice on behalf of women.
Rowling, just like so many others over the COVID lockdowns, had been spending more time online. in her case on Twitter. And there, she continued to see how many women labeled as TERFs were attacked as hate figures and told to shut up and go away, and sent threats of violence and harassment, day in and day out.
So I was angry, and I was flippant.
So seeing this article, she just reacted.
You'll notice there was no courtesy call to my management at this point.
And a few seconds later, she sent a tweet to her 14 million followers.
And I tweeted, in quotes, "People who menstruate. I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out. Wumban, wimpened, woomered." And that was like dropping a hand grenade into Twitter. Did I mean to drop a hand grenade in? No. I was just keeping a rein on my own fury. So, off we went.
J.K. Rowling is back at her bullshit again. Nope, men have periods too. Stop hating trans people, you awful weirdo. And again, within seconds, you fucking suck. It's a fact that women can have penises and men can have vaginas. The responses started pouring in. Eat shit. At J.K. Rowling, shut the fuck up, Terf. You are ruining my childhood. First of all, eat shit and die, you turf-ass bastard. Only this time, there were magnitudes more, and more enraged. Never thought I would say this, but here we are. Fuck you, JK. Your reductivism is harmful and ignorant. At JK Rowling, fuck you. Shut the fuck up, you transphobic piece of shit. Journalists and media figures started responding. God, you're awful. Good night, and shut up. I actually appreciate how much you are honest about being a huge fucking turd, so that no one is confused about whether or not you're awful. Doubling down on your turfness. You are pathetic and embarrassing. Your unapologetic ignorance is vile. Celebrities with huge followings like Jamila Jamil and Halsey tweeted that J.K. Rowling had ruined her legacy. Jonathan Van Ness shared a viral meme that said, "Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch. Christ. You are such a colossal disappointment." And it just kept going. You are foul. What a nasty piece of work you are. I used to love your books. You absolutely disgust me, Terf. Your hatred is a stench. But this time, instead of just sending the tweet and walking away, Rowling started to try to engage with her critics.
I responded with, if sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. Now, I stand by every word that I wrote there, but the question is, what is the truth? And I'm arguing against people who are literally saying sex is a construct. It's not real.
She tried to clarify that first flippant tweet and wrote, "I respect every trans person's right to live any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them. I'd march with you if you were discriminated against on the basis of being trans. At the same time, my life has been shaped by being female. I do not believe it's hateful to say so." And yet, the more she responded, the more the criticism grew.
I literally cannot wrap my head around the fact that it is a global pandemic right now. There is like a fucking revolution going on, and J.K. Rowling sat down and thought, now is a good time to be transphobic.
Within minutes, the responses were moving from Twitter to other platforms like YouTube and TikTok.
It is highly problematic that this woman came out on Twitter as a full-blown transphobe in the middle of a civil rights revolution.
Let's talk about how J.K. Rowling has been a piece of shit for a hot-ass minute, but we were all just too young and jaded and infatuated with Harry Potter to really see it.
J.K. Rowling, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. You're awful.
As you're tweeting these things, how do you feel it's going?
Well, I think it's important to say that I'm not sitting there thinking, how am I doing here? How am I positioning myself as though I'm a brand? I am talking and thinking and feeling as an individual human being. Reading it now today, I'm amazed then I was pretty measured because I wasn't feeling measured at this point. A lot of things had come together, and I found it very enraging to watch #BeKind attached to tweets that I thought were utterly dehumanizing of women, utterly scathing about women's concerns.
J.K. Rowling is a whore. Kindly fuck off, you Terf cunt. You hateful, spiteful, ignorant hag. Rowling had said that part of the reason she spoke up was seeing the way that other women were harassed when they spoke up. And now, that same harassment was coming for her. At J.K. Rowling, choke on cock. I'd really just love to fucking punch J.K. Rowling in her thick rectangle head. J.K. Rowling, the transphobic fuck, can suck my dick and choke on it. God, J.K. Rowling can gargle my cock and balls and hopefully choke on them right there and then so she can die and never write another absolutely inane transphobic tweet ever again. J.K. Rowling can suck my big transgender.
I do
Fuck J.K.
watch this movement behaving towards women in ways that I think are absolutely abhorrent.
J.K. Rowling, choke on this. As she read tweet after terrible tweet, hey babe, you wanna suck my... Far from changing her mind, they all seemed to serve as evidence, as confirmation that her concerns were justified.
Well, this is it, you see, because the Terf is by her nature a hate-filled bigot.
Being a Terf is evil. At J.K. Rowling, you're a Terf and need to be stoned.
She's evil. She is evil. And that is said openly. I mean, that it is very biblical language that is used of women who say, you know what? I think any measure that makes it easier for predators to get at women and girls is a bad idea. That's, and that there are plenty of women who don't even, wouldn't identify themselves as feminists who are very concerned about this. But once you've internalized the idea that a Terf is vermin and scum and all the other words that are used, and that it's an easy step to punch all Terfs, I kill Terfs, this baseball bat will be used to smash in the... I've literally seen there is no point in arguing with a Terf. We need to make them too frightened to speak.
As all these tweets and other responses are coming in, and you're sitting there reading them, how did you feel?
How did I feel? Was it nice? Was it fun? No, it's horrible. Mm-hmm. It's horrible because it's the scale. I think people who have never been in that position, it is the scale, even though I knew it was coming. Mm-hmm. But that's like knowing you're about to be punched. This is going to really hurt.
Yeah.
It's still, you really need to take the punch to know how much it hurts. Was it fun? No. Was I enjoying myself? No.
When my producers and I started going through the responses to Rowling's tweets, even though we knew there'd be many threats and unhinged comments because, of course, this is the internet, we weren't prepared for the sheer volume of violent sexual threats that we found. It's hard to know exact numbers because Twitter has a policy of removing these tweets, but by our count, on top of the thousands that we saw that are still public, hundreds more have either been deleted by Twitter or removed by the authors. Even if you just go to Twitter right now and type in J.K. Rowling's name, you'll see that these sorts of comments are seemingly endless. And they aren't just coming from online trolls writing from behind anonymous profiles. And they didn't just stay online. Rowling's home address was doxed, and law enforcement contacted her to say they were investigating credible threats of violence. And Rowling, in response to the hostility flowing in her direction, posted a tweet that read, "Feminazi, Terf, bitch, witch. Times change, woman hate is eternal." But that just led to hundreds of people accusing her, one of the wealthiest, most privileged women in the world, of trying to paint herself as a victim. Over the next 48 hours, the denunciations continued. There was a torrent of negative headlines in news outlets around the globe calling her transphobic. Then, the actors who'd starred in the Harry Potter films began releasing statements and distancing themselves from her, including Daniel Radcliffe, Rupert Grint, Emma Watson, and Bonnie Wright, all of whom had known Rowling since they were children.
Some of the voices who've been critical include the stars of her own movie, including the biggest star, Daniel Radcliffe.
That's right. Harry Potter himself responded, and in that statement, he wrote, "Transgender women are women. Any statement to the contrary erases the identity and dignity of transgender people," and goes against
Warner Brothers, the studio that released the Harry Potter films, released a statement that didn't denounce J.K. by name, but said they support the trans community and inclusivity.
On June 10th, 2020, 4 days after her initial tweets, Rowling published an essay on her website, expanding on her views. "This isn't an easy piece to write," she begins, "for reasons that will shortly become clear. But I know it's time to explain myself on an issue surrounded by toxicity. I write this without any desire to add to that toxicity." She then listed her reasons for speaking up, that she had concerns for women-only spaces, like prisons and domestic violence shelters, that she worried about children not old enough to make life-altering medical decisions, that as the author of a series frequently targeted by book bans, she was alarmed by the way conversations and debates were being shut down. Then, she shared a personal story which she hadn't revealed until this moment. Not just that she had been abused by her ex-husband, but that separately, she had also suffered a serious sexual assault. She wrote, "I've been in the public eye now for over 20 years and have never talked publicly about being a domestic abuse and sexual assault survivor. This isn't because I'm ashamed those things happened to me, but because they're traumatic to revisit and remember. I'm mentioning these things now, not in an attempt to garner sympathy, but out of solidarity with the huge numbers of women who have histories like mine, who have been slurred as bigots for having concerns around single-sex spaces. If you could come inside
my head and understand what I feel when I read about a trans woman dying at the hands of a violent man, you'd find solidarity and kinship. I have a visceral sense of the terror in which those trans women will have spent their last seconds on earth, because I too have known moments of blind fear when I realized that the only thing keeping me alive was the shaky self-restraint of my attacker. I believe the majority of trans-identified people not only pose zero threat to others, but are vulnerable for all the reasons I've outlined. Trans people need and deserve protection. Like women, they're most likely to be killed by sexual partners. Trans women who work in the sex industry, particularly trans women of colour, are at particular risk. Like every other domestic abuse and sexual assault survivor I know, I feel nothing but empathy and solidarity with trans women who've been abused by men. So I want trans women to be safe. At the same time, I do not want to make natal girls and women less safe. When you throw open the doors of bathrooms and changing rooms to any man who believes or feels he's a woman, and, as I've said, gender confirmation certificates may now be granted without any need for surgery or hormones, then you open the door to any and all men who wish to come inside. That is the simple truth.
Rowling ended her essay with the following: "I haven't written this essay in the hope that anybody will get out a violin for me, not even a teeny-weeny one. I'm extraordinarily fortunate. I'm a survivor, certainly not a victim. I've only mentioned my past because, like every other human being on this planet, I have a complex backstory which shapes my fears, my interests, and my opinions. I never forget that inner complexity when I'm creating a fictional character, and I certainly never forget it when it comes to trans people. All I'm asking, all I want, is for similar empathy, similar understanding, to be extended to the many millions of women whose sole crime is wanting their concerns to be heard without receiving threats and abuse."
What in the living fuck did I read?
If her hope in writing that essay was to win over some of her critics, in the days following its publication,
But this is a matter of free speech, darling. I suppose everyone's also conveniently forgotten that I was poor.
there was plenty of evidence that it didn't work.
Let the joyous news be spread, the wicked old witch at last is dead.
Many saw Rowling's essay as her death knell and started sharing videos and memes. Some saying that they were explaining J.K. Rowling's essay so you don't have to read it. Others saying, ding dong, the witch is dead.
Seeing as J.K. Rowling is such a terrible person, I'm here with an official statement from the government to say we no longer recognise her as author of the Harry Potter series. From now on, we're telling the future generations, look kid, we don't know who wrote that. It just popped out of thin air like the Bible.
J.K. Rowling uses the fact that misogyny is real, it does exist, to be the constant victim. And in her warped, awful morality, she thinks being a victim entitles her to victimize anyone that she wants to.
J.K. Rowling's opinions about trans issues literally get trans people killed, but stay comfortable, I guess.
A trend started on TikTok where users began burning their Harry Potter books.
So let me talk about the infamous book burning video for a second. I am not just offended by what J.K. Rowling says. I am fearful because of what she is promoting on her platform.
Or tearing them into pieces.
What am I doing, you might ask? I'm making recycled paper out of this book that I used to love, wrote by a transphobic author.
Campaigns were started to boycott her books and merchandise.
Stop buying the Harry Potter books because a very homophobic, transphobic, and racist woman would be profiting off of them.
And others organized to get her books removed from schools.
Now, J.K. Rowling will not be the last author that we need to vet and remove from our classrooms. Our job as educators is to create safe and inclusive spaces for all our students. We cannot do this if we have authors on our shelves that perpetuate hate and racism. So, vet your books and get rid of problematic authors. Done.
After Rowling's essay, MuggleNet called her comments harmful to trans people, and then, like other fan forums, they removed their photos of Rowling from the site. Hardcore fans got their Harry Potter tattoos removed. At least 2 British schools removed Rowling's name from houses they had titled in her honor. Players of Quidditch, the fictional sport she invented, ultimately changed its name to dissociate themselves from her. An I Love J.K. Rowling poster that was hanging in a Scottish railway station was criticized as hate speech by some members of the public, and then removed by transportation authorities. But the backlash had far more impact on women who lack Rowling's power and privilege. Gillian Phillip, a children's book author, added the hashtag #IStandWithJK Rowling to her Twitter bio, igniting a wave of rape threats, death threats, and a campaign for her to be dropped by her publisher. And just 24 hours later, she received a call from HarperCollins and was fired on the spot. Unlike Rowling, she still needed income and now works as a truck driver. Rosa Friedman, a human rights lawyer and professor, came out publicly against self-ID laws and received death and rape threats, along with calls for her to be fired, and even urine poured on her office door. Joe Phoenix, a criminology researcher who works with women prisoners, spoke publicly in support of female-only prisons and was pushed out of her position at Open University after a petition was passed around calling her fundamentally hostile to the rights of trans people. Jenny Lindsay, a prominent Scottish poet who only spoke up to oppose calls for violence directed at so-called Terfs, she became the object of such intense threats that the police counseled her to avoid public events for her own safety. And Kathleen Stock, the philosophy professor whose essay "This Is Not a Drill" was shared by Rowling, who was advocating for academic freedom to debate these questions even if her side turned out to be wrong, she became the object of fierce campus protests. In 2021, a group of students formed to demand that Stock be fired.
This group started coming to campus
with big signs. They were letting off flares. They were taking photos for this website that they'd started called Kathleen Stock is a Terf, or something like that.
The website's actually called Anti-Terf Sussex, and their mission statement reads in part, "Transphobes like Stock are anti-feminist, anti-queer, and anti-intellectual. They are harmful and dangerous to trans people. They're spiteful bootlickers. They camouflage their transphobia in academic language, in fake feminism, and then we suffer the real material consequences of it. We are not up for debate. We cannot be reasoned out of existence. We fucking had enough. Our demand is simple. Fire Kathleen Stock."
It's just crazy. They just don't have a clue who I am. And yet they were happy to stand there and try and get me out.
Stock, who is herself a lesbian, rejects the accusations that she is anti-queer or anti-trans. But the protesters continued their campaign. They put up posters all over campus saying things like, "Kathleen Stock makes trans students unsafe." They graffitied the walls of nearby subway tunnels and underpasses with the simple, "Stock out."
After that, I was advised to stay at home and teach from home.
Ultimately, after nearly 2 decades at the University of Sussex, Stock felt forced to resign. The UK's Minister of Higher Education said, "It is absolutely appalling that the toxic environment at the University of Sussex has made it untenable for Professor Kathleen Stock to continue in her position there. The sustained campaign of harassment and intimidation she has faced is deplorable, and the situation should never have got this far."
I mean, it's an extension of the whole experience, which is that you do feel alternating between feeling like you're going crazy, feeling anger, feeling total defeat, and then also feeling all the feelings of shame and guilt and, that they want you to feel, because to just suddenly have all fingers pointing at you, you feel you can't help but take on the feelings that they want you to have for a bit. You have to really defend yourself against it. You have to remind yourself, you have to keep going back to what you actually wrote. And, you almost expect there to be some terrible inflammatory language there, or some terrible threat to somebody that somehow you didn't notice that you'd written. But then you remind yourself, no, I just wrote this sort of relatively centrist, moderate, in the middle, compassionate thing. So, yeah, it's really a psychological battle to stay strong and not take on the projections that are coming at you in the moment. That's how it felt. And I didn't always succeed.
What do you say to the people who say that's just accountability?
Look, I've heard this all the time. We're holding you accountable.
Mm-hmm.
We're holding you accountable. Well, I would say this. I'm a great believer in looking at not what people say, but what they do. How are you behaving? If you are threatening to remove livelihoods, if you are saying this person is cancelled, that is the language of a dictator. I cancel you, I obliterate you, you are dead. I mean, I've literally lost count of the number of times I've seen the hashtag RIP J.K. Rowling floating around. But this isn't about me. Clearly I'm pretty resilient. I don't call that being held accountable. If you want to debate with me, I am absolutely open to that. And I think I have proven that. I'm very willing to engage on the ideas. But I notice a remarkable disinclination to engage on the ideas. The response is, well, we can't listen to you. You are evil. You must not be listened to. That, to me, is intellectually incredibly cowardly. I don't believe that any righteous movement behaves in such a way.
One of the reasons that many people are interested in what Rowling has done, even if they've never read Harry Potter, even if they don't follow this debate between some feminists and some trans rights activists, is because this experience she's describing feels like it's become much more familiar over the past decade. When it comes to controversial issues, whether it's abortion or racism, Brexit or Trump, vaccines or COVID school closures, it's becoming much more common, not just for disagreement to be heated and fierce, but for people to see anyone who doesn't share their view as evil. For many onlookers, even ones who vehemently disagree with the questions and objections that J.K. Rowling is raising, she is highlighting a breakdown in the fabric of a pluralistic society.
One of my very dearest friends is a committed and practicing Catholic, and is also pro-life. Now, I'm a feminist, I'm pro-choice. I understand exactly what his arguments are. And I respect his argument, and he is prepared to make his argument. I don't agree with his argument, but he respects my argument. And we are both able to find shades of grey within our beliefs. I think that is healthy. I think that is productive. I am not going to cut that person out of my life because we disagree on something, albeit something that is very important to me. We have lost that in this particular debate.
What do you say to the people who say that you, maybe because of your experiences, that you can't see that you've actually become like the villains in your books? That this fight you've jumped into is a betrayal of some kind?
I suppose the thing I would say, above all, to those who seek to tell me that I don't understand my own books, I will say this. Some of you have not understood the books. The Death Eaters claimed we have been made to live in secret, and now is our time. And any who stand in our way must be destroyed. If you disagree with us, you must die. They demonized and dehumanized those who were not like them. I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement that I think has gained huge purchase in very influential areas of society. I do not see this particular movement as either benign or powerless. So I'm afraid I stand with the women who are fighting to be heard against threat of loss of livelihood and threats to their personal safety.
But as passionately as Rowling feels, and as much as the experience of speaking up has served to confirm her feelings, there are many Harry Potter fans, especially transgender fans, who feel that the threats and harassment she's received don't speak for them, and who bristle at the idea that their side is the side with power. And some of these fans are still holding out hope that Rowling will change her mind. What would you want to say to J.K. Rowling?
I just kind of hope she could try to see why so many trans people are angry and hurt by this. I realize that that means asking for a second to leave her own position of feeling hurt and threatened. But that's what she says that she wants to do. And to me, what doing that would look like would be understanding why people who are sort of being constantly rejected and humiliated by our families, by the government, who are either losing our access to healthcare or being threatened with it, who are kind of just fighting for a basic ability to participate in society, why we might feel hurt and betrayed by her sort of contributing to fear about us. That's, I guess, what I would say.
More next time. You've been listening to The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Produced by Andy Mills, Matthew Bull, and me, Megan Phelps-Roper, and brought to you by the Free Press. Our sincere thanks to you for listening, and we would love to listen to you too. If you have any questions or thoughts for us, you can send us an email over at witchtrials@thefp.com. Hello, dear listener. I'm Megan, host of this series, and before we get into the show, I wanted to take a minute to tell you about our sponsor, FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. We live in a moment when free speech, the bedrock of our democracy and of all free societies, is often viewed as suspect, where many argue that the right to free speech is too dangerous, and that even listening to ideological opponents is morally wrong. Many people just don't see a problem with using the law, corporate power, and even extraordinary social pressure to censor viewpoints they disagree with. But many of us feel the costs of all this in our everyday lives. We feel it when we self-censor, afraid to say what we really think, sometimes even in private conversations with friends or loved ones. We feel it when we opt out of a growing number of public discussions, afraid of the potential cost to our jobs and even our relationships. FIRE shares a mission with this show, to remind us why a culture of free speech and open dialogue matters. And regardless of how loud the calls for censorship are, FIRE's defense of that culture is unshakable and invaluable. And if you want to remember why we choose freedom, even for people we strenuously disagree with, you can learn more about FIRE's incredible work at thefire.org. And now, on to the show.
One of the things I've been asking people about, kind of the elephant in the room, so to speak, is the author, J.K. Rowling. Has your relationship to J.K. Rowling changed since the early days?
I don't really care for J.K. Rowling, unfortunately, because the comments that she's made I don't agree with.
It's really sad, actually, because she seemed so progressive. The Harry Potter books, like, when we were kids, they seemed progressive.
I think to have the author of these beautiful, loving, accepting stories hurting marginalized communities, it sucks.
Yeah, she's super transphobic. She's a Terf. She's pretty terrible.
I really wish this was not the hill she chose to die on.
Someone like her, she really is just truly at the heart bigoted, hiding in this, sheep's costume, pretending that she is an ally.
As I have been working on this series, the accusation that's come up over and over again is that J.K. Rowling is a transphobe and a bigot. In fact, last year at LeakyCon, a Harry Potter fan convention, staff took the accusations so seriously that at one point, they announced that attendees should report anyone who was vocally supporting Rowling in any way, saying, quote, "We have zero tolerance for transphobia and bigotry of any kind." For many people who support Rowling, they say that these accusations are so off base that they can be dismissed out of hand. But for me, bigotry is not an accusation that I can take lightly. And that's because for a long time, I was a notorious bigot.
The Westboro Baptist Church is known for picketing the funerals of U.S. soldiers and Marines in protest over what the church sees as the ills of American society.
The Westboro Baptist Church is one of America's most notorious religious hate groups.
From the time I was 5 years old, I could be found almost every day protesting alongside my family as proud members of the Westboro Baptist Church.
God's wisdom has been crying to this evil nation. Listen to these lying politicians, letting your children be taught it's okay to be gay.
We became infamous for picketing events, like the funerals of soldiers and celebrities, with signs that said unspeakably cruel things.
God hates fags. Fags doom nations.
Fags are worthy of death.
And I know it's hard for some people to believe this, but we truly didn't see these words as cruel and bigoted. We thought that what we were doing was right, as you can hear me try to argue here at one of our protests 12 years ago.
If you see your neighbor sinning and you don't warn them, what you're doing is you're
passively enabling and encouraging them on their way to hell. That's not loving your neighbor. So how can you love your neighbor unless you're out here?
So this is about love.
Words. This is about love. Exactly. This is the definition of love.
But people,
they are the definition of a hatred.
They don't think it's love. What would you tell them?
We saw ourselves like the biblical prophets, warning people that they needed to obey God, or else suffer his curses in this life and hell in the next. And we proudly defended our views, like in this clip of my mom and me on the Tyra Banks show back when I was 20 years old.
You said, why are you so angry? Well, we're not angry. What we're trying to do is get the point across to people who hate our message, who hate us, who hate God, who hate his judgments. That's why we have to get
a little defiant.
Yeah.
Because we have to make sure if you're going to hear us that we talk loud enough to be heard, because you cut us off before we say the words because you don't like the words.
And it's not just you, it's everybody we talk to.
From the outside, I understand how this all sounds absurd. But we actually saw ourselves as living out meaningful values and virtues, like courage. When we protested, we knew people would hate us for it. We knew there would be people who would even attack us for it.
So I understand that there's some people that don't like what you have to stand for, and they've taken some strong actions about that. Why don't you tell me about that?
Yeah. We've had so many crimes committed against us, vandalism. We've had cars driven at us. We've been shot at. And I thought this was the, do your own thing generation. Tolerance, loving. Where is that?
There were people who bombed my house, set our church on fire, regularly vandalized our homes, doxed us, and sent us death threats and rape threats in enormous numbers. And these attacks only furthered our feelings that we were being persecuted for telling a hard truth to the world, to a society that would rather hurl insults at us or violently attack us than listen to us. After I left the Westboro Baptist Church at age 26, I had to wrestle for a long time with some truly terrifying questions. How was it that I could be so certain that I was right and still be so wrong for so long? How was it that my critics, even the ones who would threaten and attack us, had seen reality more clearly than I had? And most terrifying of all, how could I ever trust my own mind again? When I go back and watch these videos of myself on the Tyra Banks show or me picketing these funerals, there's a part of me that wants to say, that was a different person. But the truth is, I am still that person. It was me who held those beliefs. It was me who shouted those cruel words at grieving families. Ever since I left, I've been cautious, just so careful when trying to discern what is true, what is right, what is good. I try to stay away from certainty, to remember that at any given moment, I am only seeing a tiny fraction of the world. I tell myself to embrace humility, and one of the ways that I do this is by listening, really listening to people and where they're coming from. I try to understand them and their experiences and their values and how they've come to the positions that they have. So, after speaking with Rowling and trying to really understand her experiences and how they shaped her views, I left Scotland and did the same thing with many of her critics, including many who are transgender. Now, of course, trans people, like all people, are not a monolith. In working on this project, I met trans people who agreed with Rowling and admired her for speaking up, and others who viewed her as such a menace that they didn't want to be on a podcast that included her voice, and many more in between. But for today, I want to share two conversations with two different critics who not only were thoughtful in their critique of Rowling, but were also really frank with me about the difficult experiences that inform their views. I'm Megan Phelps-Roper, and this is Chapter 6, Natalie and Noah. So I want to understand your critique of J.K. Rowling's recent comments over the past few years. But before we do, I would love to know what you think the two of you have in common on these issues of like trans identity, feminism.
I think that we both, in some broad sense, believe in women's liberation and equality. I think that we both support gay marriage, for example, the sort of very basic 2010 level activism. I think that we both recognize that far-right movements like Donald Trump politics, for example, are dangerous. I think those are kind of the foundations, and then things quickly start to split.
This is Natalie Wynn, a popular YouTuber better known as ContraPoints. She makes artful and insightful videos about politics, culture, the internet, and about being transgender.
A lot of people have this sense that, oh, being trans is this kind of fad. People go online and then they get sort of transed by exposure to the social contagion in these trans communities. Well, I mean, in my case, I will say that I experienced gender dysphoria and experienced these kinds of subjective personal things long before that. But the internet makes it possible to form communities out of people who would otherwise be very geographically isolated. You know, I think like less than 1% of people are transgender. So I don't think I actually met someone who I knew was transgender until I was in my 20s. And, you know, if the only experience that you really have with trans people is whatever media you saw about trans people from the 90s and 2000s, you've seen portrayals that are monstrous, that are alien, that are
mocking.
Right. It's always a punchline or it's like a horror story. You don't want anything to do with it. Mm-hmm. For me to sort of conceptualize myself as, oh, I am a transgender person, I had to actually see trans people who seemed like people, right? And YouTube was great for that.
Natalie transitioned in 2017, and she says that YouTube was revelatory.
There's, you know, trans people sharing their transitions, and that was really helpful to me to recognize, oh, this is something that I want to do.
She says it not only helped her on her path to self-discovery, but it also inspired her to share aspects of her own transition on her channel.
There's something about YouTube that it makes it easy to kind of share private things about yourself with a big audience because you are talking to a camera alone in your room. There's a kind of false intimacy of that. I feel that there's a lot of things that I said to a YouTube audience that I had never said to my own friends and family even. It just felt easier to say to anonymous people on the internet.
And that experience of sharing these intimate parts of her life with so many people online, she says it was really significant.
The early transition era of my life online was a kind of mix of the like rush of this like Disney let it go moment, right? Like where you've broken like all the rules of your upbringing and done something that you're like very drastically not supposed to do. As a person who is assigned male at birth, you're really not supposed to be a woman. And so if over the course of years, this kind of need, this longing has been building up, it does feel good at first to finally let it go.
My guest today is self-described YouTuber and ex-philosopher Natalie Wynn, better known as ContraPoints. The Verge has called her an elegant, whip-smart middle finger to the...
Her videos, including the ones following her transition, ended up becoming really popular.
Today, we are very lucky to have Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoints, an ex-philosopher.
Wynn's impact on YouTube culture is so notable that the Library of Congress recently said it was archiving her entire channel.
She was featured in the New York Times, Vice, NPR, BuzzFeed, and pretty quickly, she became a very well-known trans person.
I was suddenly very prominent. I was very visible.
And all this attention, it ultimately led her to getting over 1.5 million subscribers to her channel. But it also attracted a lot of transphobic hate.
I've been doxxed. I've been swatted.
Oh, geez.
I've received death threats, mutilation threats, anger, shaming, mockery, any kind of terrible online behavior you can imagine, I've been the target of. I would say that at first it was primarily from anti-trans people, but when you become sort of a very prominent person from a marginalized community, you sort of inevitably are going to attract a lot of aggression from that community itself.
In 2019, Natalie posted a tweet indicating that she didn't like how sharing pronouns in what she called hyper-woke spaces made her feel. And that, along with the fact that she briefly worked with a controversial trans man, inspired a really vicious backlash where she was called a Nazi, a grifter, and a traitor to the trans community. People online not only targeted her, but demanded that her friends and people she'd worked with publicly denounce her.
When I was being Twitter mobbed, where the trans community kind of really turned on me, I remember walking around Baltimore with a hoodie over my head and sunglasses and headphones in because I was actually almost delusional about how total my ostracism was. I sort of thought I would be hated on the street, which is crazy in retrospect, but that's how it felt at the time. It's overwhelming. And that honestly got worse than the transphobia.
Because it's coming from people that you would see as your allies.
Yeah, it's kind of easier to dismiss hateful bigots because it's like, well, whatever, like they're going to hate me regardless. But when it's from people whose like political side that you're supposedly aligned with, and from people who share your identity, and they're the ones who are really coming at you the hardest, like, yeah, it's painful. You know, being trans is a pretty socially isolating experience in general, and a lot of trans people rely pretty heavily on other trans people for support. So when you are an outcast from the trans community, you feel very alone.
And this experience that Natalie had, which she used to make one of my favorite of her videos called Cancel Culture, gave her a deeper insight into why it is that speaking about trans identity and gender issues online so often leads to these vicious public shamings, even towards allies to the trans rights movement.
I think that a lot of trans people are living with intense shame, and there's a lot of bitterness because people feel excluded from society, a lot of times thrown out by their families, humiliated by their families. And when you have unresolved anger and bitterness and humiliation, that's aggression in search of a target. And when you feel downtrodden and you feel abused and you feel humiliated, there's a vindictive impulse. You want revenge, not just justice. But often the person that we take revenge against is not really the person who's responsible, but rather they are a symbol of all the pain that we feel.
You need a scapegoat.
A scapegoat, yeah.
In January 2021, Natalie released a video essay.
So you've probably heard by now about Joanne Rowling's transphobic tweets, unless you've been living under a rock, in which case, get back under that rock, sweetie. There is nothing good going on up here.
And in it, she unpacked her thoughts about J.K. Rowling.
Or maybe you heard that all Joanne did was say biological sex is real, and now crazy gender ideologues and trans activists are trying to silence her. This is cancel culture gone too far. This is a witch hunt. Celebrities are under attack. This is the new Salem. This is Orwell's nightmare.
And one of the reasons that I really wanted to talk to her was that, as a transgender fan of Harry Potter, who was also a critic of cancel culture, she was critiquing Rowling from the point of view of someone who has been deeply interested in the very same dynamics in our society that I had been investigating myself.
This is a painful topic for me all around because as a transgender woman, I am honestly hurt by a lot of the things Joanne has said in the last year. But I also know what it's like to be the target of a Twitter mob. And I realize that to most people, complaining about being canceled, it sounds incredibly whiny and self-absorbed. Like you'd especially think that rich and famous people like J.K. Rowling would be above staying up alone at night reading mean things people say online. But you'd think wrong. And when I see her getting trashed on the TL, there's a traumatized part of me that's unironically triggered by watching people cancel her. But there's also a part of me that wants to join the trashing. How could you do this to me, Joanne? I did not come out of the cupboard under the stairs for this. So in that video, I distinguish between what I'm calling sort of two rhetorical styles of bigotry, which I call direct and indirect. Direct usually involves framing the target as vermin, invaders, parasites, right? This sort of dangerous, foreign, infiltrating menace. The idea that bigotry is simply hate, I call the Westboro Baptist Church theory of bigotry. It's the idea that bigots are people who outright say, we hate you, God hates you, and we're all marching around with signs about how much we hate you.
I think in the video you used my family as an example of direct bigotry.
Yeah, the Westboro Baptist Church, God hates fags, pretty direct, right? And I think that in some ways, like it can render it less dangerous.
It's not insidious.
Yeah, because I don't think that it's as influential. You know, protesting at funerals, that puts people off. People don't want to be associated with that.
It kind of has the opposite of the effect of getting people on their side. It alienates people and pushes people away.
Yes, but remember that like the political talking points that were used, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when the sort of Bush era conservatives made opposition to gay marriage a major point of their platform, it was not about God hates fags. It was about defending marriage. Like, we have to protect this institution. That's the foundation of the family. That's here to protect children. There was this kind of fear that if we allow for ambiguity, if we allow for the strict rule about one man and one woman, and we include two men or two women, then order falls apart.
Slippery slope.
It's a slippery slope, and then anything could happen, right? Indirect bigotry manifests as concern or debate about a host of proxy issues. It's often defensive in tone rather than offensive. Frequently, the claim is that a once needed liberation movement has now gone too far, that it's now the activists who are the... There's a kind of parallel, right, between where people are afraid that if we allow trans people to participate in society, then the gender order will collapse, and then it'll be anything goes, and men can invade any women's space. And the protections, such as they are, that exist for women will fall apart because of the collapse of the gender order.
And when it comes to those ideas of direct and indirect bigotry, when it comes to Rowling and her views about, prisons or childhood transition, is your claim that Rowling is being transphobic indirectly and maybe even unknowingly?
I mean, I think that I'm willing to engage with someone who is skeptical, for example, about is it fair for trans women to be in sports? Because I don't know, it's honestly a question I have myself. But I feel like that my willingness to engage with that is going to decrease if it's with someone who I think doesn't really believe in trans acceptance at a much more fundamental level, which is kind of the feeling that I get from Jo Rowling. So J.K. Rowling frames her position as, I am just saying the fact that sex is real. It's not hateful to say a fact. Why is everyone so mad at me? A fact can't be bigoted. And I agree that a fact cannot be bigoted, but a fact on its own doesn't mean very much. Usually when we discuss facts, we're using those facts to tell a story. And facts can be used to tell bigoted stories. Suppose someone...
This was, I think, one of the hardest parts of your critique to consume because of just my own understanding of how important doubts are and how important open dialogue is. Obviously, because of that being the, most transformative thing I've ever experienced in my life. And I just wanted to ask you to help me understand where you're coming from. So one critique you made clear in the video, seeing it as the coded language of indirect bigotry, is the danger of people who say that they're just asking questions. And I totally see what you're talking about, because there are, for sure, bad actors and also just people with really bad ideas. And all these people online who make their whole careers out of using the just asking questions idea as a smokescreen, essentially, right? But there are a lot of people, and I've met many of them while working on this project, who just genuinely have a lot of questions, and sometimes they're afraid to ask them. And I think asking tough questions and pulling apart arguments it's obviously a cornerstone of reasoning. And it's actually a thing that you do so well on your YouTube channel. So I just wonder, why is it that you see Rowling and other people in this debate Why do you see that as if they're just like clearly trying to disguise bad intentions?
I don't necessarily see it as just trying to disguise bad intentions. I think I'm less concerned with the intentions than I am with the consequences. And when you have someone who is as influential as J.K. Rowling posing ignorant, loaded questions on Twitter, like, this is not the acceptable forum for that level of discourse, right? So, okay, yes, there's very complicated questions that are legitimate to be asked, but I feel like, I don't know, if you're going to be someone with a huge platform who wants to like pose these questions, you kind of have to be responsible for the way that you go about doing that. If you do it in a way that's harmful to trans people, as I consider it beyond any question that the way J.K. Rowling has done it has been harmful, then I think it's valid for people to be upset with you and to criticize that.
Is it that you believe that it's dangerous to ask the questions, or just that you don't trust that she's actually engaging in good faith?
It's primarily that I don't trust that she's engaging in good faith. I've never really gotten the impression that she wants to know more about the experiences of trans people from the way that these questions are posed. It's all about, isn't this dangerous to all of the rest of us, right? Aren't these people posing a threat to us? Isn't this dangerous to children? Like, I see that as a very loaded question.
Right, so you're saying it's not the text, but the subtext, in other words.
Yeah, completely.
Do you think there's any validity to the concerns that she's raised about the possibility of rushed care?
There is a small minority of trans people who detransition. And many of these people do kind of cite that trans identity for them was some kind of shelter from other issues going on in their life. But the idea that trans care is rushed is something that probably is pretty grating to most trans people to hear, because most trans people have this experience of sometimes years-long waiting lists to get care, of having to jump through all these hoops, of having to answer sort of invasive questions about, why you're transitioning and so on, having to really fight, in other words, for care. So the idea that, oh, we're just throwing any teenager who plays with the wrong type of toys into like the transition pipeline, that's just not happening. Probably some people are getting sloppy care, because that's generally a problem with healthcare in the US and the UK. The medical infrastructure is actually not that great. But I feel that this is being presented as a bigger problem than it in fact is, which is not to minimize like that. Obviously, it's very painful if you transition and then realize that you've made a mistake, but it just doesn't happen that often.
Mm-hmm. So is your issue on the possibility of trans children transitioning being rushed in some cases? Is that you and Rowling don't necessarily have a totally different point of view, but more about what she's choosing to focus on?
Well, no one wants to rush teenagers into transitioning if that's not what's going to be the best outcome for them, right? I just feel that a lot of the kind of moral panic over this is overstated.
It sounds like you think that she's exaggerating the risks, and that adds to a climate of fear around something that society still seems hesitant to embrace.
Yeah.
When I was talking to Natalie about this idea of exaggerating real risks in a way that might distort them, I asked her if she felt the same way about Rowling's concerns around self-ID and gender recognition certificates, and what they could mean for single-sex spaces.
I mean, first of all, she says, there's this fear, men are just going to be able to come barging into bathrooms with those certificates. Do you need a certificate to enter a bathroom now? That's not how bathrooms work. Like, to me, this is a sort of imagined fear-generated scenario that doesn't really line up with the actual experience of people in bathrooms, right? People identify your gender based on how you look. I mean, I've been using women's bathrooms for 5 years. No one has ever approached me about it, right? So generating a paranoia about men and women's bathrooms is sort of this purely imaginative scenario where, there's going to be perverts in bathrooms who will face no consequences because of sexual assault is still illegal. It's not really clear to me how much protection a certificate gives someone.
When you talk about the danger of the asking questions idea or seeing it as indirect bigotry, an interesting aspect of this part of it is that, in the first chapter of the first Harry Potter book, Uncle Vernon keeps yelling at Harry over and over again, stop asking questions. And when I asked Rowling about why she started the book this way. She said that from the start, the book was anti-authoritarian, and that, she understood, starts when people are discouraged from voicing their doubts. And you are someone who's been vocal about the ways that the internet has become a place where authoritarian behavior is on the rise. Like, do you see what she's worried about?
I think that to be authoritarian, you have to be able to leverage authority. And trans people are in a weak position, right? I don't see like this trans big brother that you can't question. Like that's a very melodramatic and self-pitying way of framing this, that I understand why to people it feels like, oh, the mob is attacking me. Well, I don't know. Is that the mob is it can be vicious and unreasonable and unsympathetic and unnuanced? Absolutely. But to me, that's fundamentally different from Big Brother.
In her J.K. Rowling video, Natalie talks about the way that some trans people wield power online, including why that power is sometimes wielded so fiercely.
A lot of extremely online trans people really don't have a strong sense of conviction and their own identity, which is why they need constant external validation to prop them up. They need to constantly be told that they're valid, that they really are the gender that they say they are. And if someone even obliquely threatens or questions their fragile self-concept, they lash out. And for some of those trans people, canceling celebrities on Twitter is the one kind of power they have. Plus a lot of, have people been abusive, disproportionate, out of line in reacting against J.K. Rowling? Of course. Do I endorse people saying like violent or abusive, cruel things? No. I've been the target of a lot of that myself, but I also kind of understand what people are mad about.
Mm-hmm. I definitely hear you. As I'm thinking back, of course, I was out in Westboro when the discussion about same-sex. At the end of our conversation, I told Natalie a bit more about my own story, how it was people willing to engage with me, even when I was saying really cruel things that was so transformative, and how I wonder, as uncomfortable as those conversations can be, if they're really the best path to progress that we have. Over the last decade, when it comes to things like opposition to same-sex marriage, so many people have been persuaded and now support it. And I asked her whether one of the reasons she was willing to speak publicly about these issues was because in a pluralistic society, actually having the conversation is how effective change is made. That they serve a purpose that is ultimately good, even though we wish there was a more ideal route.
Well, I think that realistically, that is how acceptance, that is the trajectory. Like, I'm not under any illusions about what it's going to take for trans people to be accepted. I think that we're probably 20 years away. And I think that what it is going to take is people simply habituating to a world that includes trans people. And my guess is that once that happens, once that habituation happens, it becomes much less of this hypothetical, new, scary, invasive thing. And it becomes something that's sort of accepted in life. And that will happen with trans people. Trans people are not going anywhere. You're not going to be able to get rid of us. I think that once this becomes normal, it will become, to most people, a bit more of an embarrassment that they behaved in this way during these years. And I certainly do believe in having the conversation. I mean, I consider myself, I think I'm having the conversation right now.
Mm-hmm. And thank you for that. Again, I just want you to know how much I appreciate that, because
I think I'm willing to have the conversation because I feel that I often have no choice.
Mm-hmm.
But, I also hope that people sort of understand the reason why a lot of trans people might not be super eager to politely answer every question they have about, isn't giving you healthcare dangerous for children? Isn't allowing you into bathrooms going to leave women vulnerable to rape? Like, it takes patience to answer these questions and to not feel insulted or attacked. I mean, I am willing to do it to a certain extent because I know that I have to, right? Because unfortunately, the progress of trans people is in its still fairly early stages.
Mm-hmm. And I hope you understand how deeply I know this in my bones, because when I think about the people who engaged me on Twitter back in the day, the ones who were patient and showed me grace when I displayed the kind of absolutely horrible cruel behavior that I did, it honestly shocks me. So anyway,
Yeah,
I completely understand that, and I appreciate it.
I do sometimes worry that I'm like somewhat losing my ability to have that kind of like tranquil, forgiving quality, because you can get worn down doing this for too long. Sometimes I worry that I'm, I guess, I sort of usually avoid these conversations lately because I honestly kind of have gotten a bit burnt out on it, but I do still feel this kind of, why am I here? I think J.K. Rowling, like, I read all those books when I was a kid. Like, there's a lingering emotional, like, there's part of me that actually still cares. Sorry. There's part of me that still cares what she thinks,
Mm-hmm. What would you want to say to J.K. Rowling?
I just kind of hope she could try to see why so many trans people are angry and hurt by this. And I realize that means asking for a second to, like, leave her own position of feeling hurt and threatened. That's what she says that she wants to do. And to me, what doing that would look like would be understanding why people who are sort of being constantly rejected and humiliated by our families, by the government, who are losing our access to healthcare or being threatened with it, who are kind of just like fighting for a basic ability to participate in society, like why we might feel hurt and betrayed by her sort of contributing to like fear about us. That's, I guess, what I would say.
We'll be right back.
Here at the Free Press, we know firsthand how difficult it is to manage all of the operations of our business and how important it is to have visibility and control over our financials. Businesses like ours just can't afford not to know our numbers, and that's why we would love to tell you about NetSuite. NetSuite by Oracle is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth, and it's trusted by over 33,000 companies. NetSuite has everything you need to grow all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses cited increased visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. So on behalf of the Free Press, if you run a business and you need a best-in-class financial system, we strongly recommend NetSuite. Go to netsuite.com/Witch Trials. For those ready to upgrade to the #1 financial system for growing businesses, you can learn more about NetSuite's new 2023 financing program at netsuite.com/Witch Trials. That's netsuite.com/Witch Trials.
So first of all, thank you so much for doing this. Can you start by just telling me your name and how old you are?
Yeah, my name is Noah, and I'm 17 as of like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, amazing. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
A while back, our team got an email from a father in California. He'd written to say that he was confused and upset about J.K. Rowling and why she was speaking out about young people medically transitioning. He said that if we wanted to understand what that experience is like, we should talk to his teenage kid, Noah, who is trans. And when we sat down for the interview, I was surprised to hear that Noah already knew who I was.
It's exciting to meet you because part of my whole gender journey was, finding resources on the internet. And I watched every TED Talk about every remotely queer subject that there was. So I saw yours more than once.
On YouTube, he'd seen a TED Talk I gave back in 2017.
In my home, life was framed as an epic spiritual battle between good and evil. The good was my church and its members, and the evil was everyone else.
Explaining how and why I'd left the Westboro Baptist Church.
My friends on Twitter didn't abandon their beliefs or their principles, only their scorn. They channeled their infinitely justifiable offense and came to me with pointed questions tempered with kindness and humor. They approached me as a human being.
I watched it, and I appreciate that it was sort of a resource for developing critical thinking. I guess I like to think of myself as someone who tries my hardest to second-guess myself in a positive way, and I like to think maybe you helped with that.
Once I saw that we were not the ultimate arbiters of divine truth, but flawed human beings, I couldn't pretend otherwise. I couldn't justify our actions.
So, nice to meet you.
Oh, man. Nice to meet you, too. That's amazing. It felt serendipitous to meet Noah because he not only shares my commitment to investigating our beliefs, but also he is in many ways the embodiment of one of Rowling's concerns. A young person, born female, who showed no signs of gender dysphoria growing up, but was overwhelmed with dysphoria at puberty, and within a few years had medically transitioned, including getting surgery as a minor. Can you tell me, how long have you gone by Noah?
I've gone by Noah since the summer of 2018. I tried out the name Blake for like a month, but I've been going by a name that was not the one I was assigned at birth since March of 2018.
March of 2018. And so how old were you at that point then?
I think I was 13.
And how do you describe yourself and your gender?
I think the simplest way to describe myself is trans male, a trans masculine person, which is a term for anyone whose gender transition has led them to a more masculine place than when they started.
And when did that start for you? When did you start to feel different?
My therapist has said that it's very common for trans people to only come to the realization that they're trans in puberty, which was the case for me. For a lot of my childhood, it just didn't come up, which my parents had a really hard time with because the portrayal of transgender people, the extent of what they had encountered is it's like a 4-year-old who is a girl and then says, I want to play with trucks, I hate dresses, I won't wear one, etc. And then they get older and they have the words to articulate their feelings and everyone realizes, oh, you were transgender, and we all knew all along and nobody's caught off guard. But that wasn't my story. I have feminine interests, and I had feminine interests growing up. And it wasn't until I was 10 or 11 that I started being uncomfortable with my body. When I started developing a more feminine body, I knew I was uncomfortable. And then when I was in middle school, I started discovering portions of the internet where people would talk about queer identity issues.
What specifically were you looking at?
My sort of gateway was BuzzFeed, because they have a ton of viral content.
Dear BuzzFeed, when I was 4, I just thought I was like any other boy. As I grew a little older, I started realizing I was different.
Jamie Dodger, whose video, it was titled Dear BuzzFeed or something similar.
I tried to fit in as female during my early teens. I could never find clothes I liked, felt uncomfortable in anything I wore, and disliked my hair being long.
I must have watched that 20 times.
The day I started testosterone was incredibly exciting. My dad picked up my prescription for me, and it was sitting waiting for me when I got home from college.
From BuzzFeed, I started doing my own research. When I was 11, I used to just rewatch videos over and over of trans men documenting their journeys online. And even before I understood why I was fascinated with that content, that's just all I would do, is just rewatch videos like that.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to be giving y'all some of my most effective dysphoria hacks, tips to get over dysphoria.
I'd like to recommend that everybody document their transition. Having before pictures and videos and recordings of your voice that you can look back on later in your transition will end up being so meaningful. It's made a big difference in my
A lot of my exploration, none of it was, you should be trans. It was just, this is my journey.
I really liked it when people called me a tomboy. I liked it when I fit in with the boys more than the girls around me.
This is what I want to tell the world about my journey and about the community at large.
Today I'm going to be going over my 1-month post-op top surgery, kind of a general overview.
And I took all of that information in, and I came to the conclusion I should allow myself to explore who I am and try and use that as an avenue to find happiness. And something that had a really, really significant impact on me was people who portrayed a trans body in whatever forms it came in as beautiful or normal, which taught me that there is hope for me to be happy and that I can allow myself to feel joy or find some joy in how I look.
And were you seeing a therapist or a counselor at that time? Like when all of this started?
I had a lot of mental issues. Maybe that's not the most delicate way to say that, but I was dealing with a lot of mental struggles once puberty began.
You mean aside from your issues with gender?
Yeah, and I couldn't really identify that I had issues with gender. I just had all of these abstract feelings that didn't coalesce into gender dysphoria until I understood what that term meant fully, which was later on in my life. And so I was dealing with very severe anxiety disorder, a depressive disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and attention deficit hyperactive disorder. And so my mom got me a therapist who I've been with ever since. And when she picked out that therapist, she picked out someone who specialized in anxiety and gender issues in adolescence, which I find interesting to look back on. And I had a psychiatrist as well. And around 8th grade, I went into this really severe depressive episode. And I ended up telling my psychiatrist that I was debating suicide. And so everyone decided that we were going to have to keep an eye on me. And so I just kept going to therapy. And like I said, the core issue, which we couldn't figure out, was never resolved. And I believe within a year, I joined a support group for transgender youths. And my therapist helped me identify that a lot of what I had been expressing to her for a really long time could be identified as feelings of gender dysphoria. And after at least a year and a half or 2 years of those issues being present, she referred me to a gender clinician, and talking to my parents was the first big step that was taken. We identified what I wanted from the gender clinic, which was to go on testosterone and to get top surgery, but that couldn't happen partially because I was too young. I believe the limit was 16 for surgery, and they just weren't comfortable at 14. So our task that we got was for me to discuss my gender with my parents. And so once or twice a week for a long time, at least a year, my parents would sit down with me and we would have a long talk about how I was feeling, because it had to become very clear that not only was my gender dysphoria spawning all of the other mental issues I was having, but that the solution was medical intervention. And that was seemingly the only thing that could help me, because we had tried pretty much every other option at that point.
And how did your parents react when you first told them that you wanted to transition?
They had both been watching me struggle for a really long time. And my dad in particular just really wanted to help me improve and help me do better and help me become healthy. But it was very intense for them. It was very intimidating. They were pretty caught off guard. They raised me. There wasn't any very intense masculine leanings. And when I brought it up, they were really surprised. So it took a lot for them to even be on board with me not being a girl. And I think they're still struggling with that to an extent, which is understandable. And I can empathize with where they're coming from on that, of course. And I've done my best to empathize with every possible point of view that this situation involves. They did not really want me medically transitioning. It took a very long time, and it took 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 medical professionals saying to them, we have been observing your child for a long time, and we believe this is the right step for them, for my parents to be on board.
And I mean, can you talk about what specifically made them uncomfortable? Like, what were their concerns about? I mean, it sounds like you're saying in part that they just couldn't envision you as anything other than a girl. But were there other concerns that they had that they expressed to you?
I think a lot of it was that they understandably had this certain ideas in their head of who I was going to become. Things like one day your dad will walk you down the aisle towards a bride or a groom. That didn't matter to them as much, but they pictured me in a gown, and they pictured being in the operating room as I gave birth to my child, and they had all these specific ideas and dreams and goals and hopes for me. So a lot of it was their expectations for me and how they saw me developing. But I would argue the majority of their concern was, to quote Abigail Schreier, that I was doing irreversible damage to myself, that I was making a choice that was incredibly drastic, that I could not make because I was a minor, and that I would regret and have to reverse later in my life, all of which are very, very valid concerns. And I took them all very seriously, as did all the other adults and medical professionals in that environment. And another issue that was raised by my dad was he has transgender friends, and he has encountered a lot of transgender people who don't pass or who it's clear that they're transgender. And he felt that I would be discriminated against, or I would never fit into the beauty standard, or that I would, both my parents expressed concern that I would have a harder time living my life if I was a transgender person in terms of finding love, getting married and having children, and how people would react to me and feeling like an outsider my entire life. They had a lot of concerns with how my quality of life would decrease, even if I made the right choice by transitioning.
So even with all of your parents' concerns, what made you, and eventually them, feel safe in moving forward with medical transition?
To me, what's important is that I had a team of medical professionals who had done this and who could help me make the right decision and help guide me. And I felt convicted of things in my life, but I've never felt as convicted as I have about my identity in terms of knowing what would make me more comfortable, which was medical intervention. And as convicted as I was about that, which was 100%, I don't know if I would have let myself make that decision had I not had help from a support network who did not just blindly say yes to everything I was telling them, who asked me more questions, who guided me in a way that wasn't just, everything sounds right, you've checked off all the boxes, let's move you to the next stage of your transition. It was a very thoughtful, serious process, as I believe it should be for everybody.
You know, as you're doing all that research and thinking things through, did you read or see stories about detransitioners during that time?
Yeah, I definitely did. I think it was a concern for me in some ways. It was a concern for me because the idea of detransitioning was scary to me, because I know I feel this way now. If other people have also felt this way and transitioned, they must have just woken up one day and felt a completely different way. And I don't want to dismiss detransition as an issue, because not exploring it is risky, and it's important to talk about, because just as much as I feel transition is liberating, I don't want it to become limiting for anybody.
You don't want someone to do it who won't really benefit from it.
Exactly. I want everyone who will benefit from it to do it, and everyone who won't to not, which is a hot take, I think. I'm a revolutionary in that way. But I thank you for laughing at that.
Well, I mean, like, you're right, though. Like that, this topic obviously elicits a lot of really, really strong feelings. And people have sometimes a really hard time talking about it with nuance because the stakes feel extremely high.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think one of the reasons I'm excited to be talking about this is I think it's so important to emphasize that everybody comes into this issue with a core belief that people should be happy. And a lot of the people who are anti-trans, not all of them, for sure a lot of them are grifting, but a lot of them come at it from the perspective of not wanting other people to make an irreversible mistake and do irreversible damage. And I think it's really important to note that I take all that really seriously, and I'm coming from the exact same place of wanting to mitigate irreversible damage.
Mm-hmm.
Part of what J.K. Rowling says in her essay, she lists all of these things that are common among people my age who transition from female to male, and it's like anxiety, dissociation, all of these different things that are very common in transgender people, but she is interpreting those real facts as these children are misinterpreting their difficult feelings as being on account of gender dysphoria. And I think what's crucial is that I was not the only person making these decisions for myself. I expressed how I was feeling to adults and to professionals, and they came to medical conclusions the same way you would about undergoing any sort of medical procedure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, a lot of people like to break with social norms, like, women who shave their heads or guys who wear eyeliner. And I just want to understand what was different about what you were experiencing. Can you talk about that a little bit more?
That's a good question. That's a question my parents had too. For me, what was different between my experience and maybe just a masculine woman's experience is that I didn't feel I could continue living happily or living sustainably at all unless I was living the life of a man as opposed to a masculine person. When I was being perceived as a woman, it was incredibly distressing to me. It just became incredibly important and a sort of psychological need that I be seen and referred to and live my life the way that a man would. It was also so severe for me that medical intervention had to be taken for my own well-being.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just want to stick here for one more minute because I really want to understand your experience and to help other people understand it. And I think one way to do that is to compare it to an experience that's, I think, pretty common, and then to see where yours diverges from that. So I remember being 7 years old, and there was a girl in my class who was experiencing, what I now know is called precocious puberty. So she started her period, and I didn't know what that meant. So I went home and asked my mom, and she pulls out this book. I'd seen the book before. And she starts showing me illustrations of uteruses and ovaries and fallopian tubes. And I last about 90 seconds before I was just so disgusted that I was like, please just put it away. And she laughed at me and we went on. But as a kid, I just remember being angry and offended and upset when I found out that childbirth was painful. I was disgusted and embarrassed, by bras and breasts and periods and basically anything that distinguished me from boys. It just seemed to me that boys had it easy, and I just wanted nothing to do with femaleness. And I guess my question is, is that disgust and discomfort that I felt, that kind of alienation from my body and from the role that I understood I was supposed to occupy in life, is that similar to what you felt? And do you think that maybe the magnitude of it was just more extreme in your case? Or what do you think are the biggest differences between what I described and what you went through?
That's interesting. I think my experience was different in ways that I hadn't thought about because I hadn't had someone, express to me that question formatted that way. But I think for me, I sort of was excited for puberty, and then I thought it would be an escape where I would finally get to a place where I was comfortable and I could fit into a role. I always didn't really feel like I fit in places. And so I thought, well, puberty, I can't wait to turn into a woman. I can't wait to grow breasts and begin my period and everything, because then I'll finally feel like I am belonging to the female gender for the first time. And then everything will click into place. And I was really excited. And then, things started developing. And I remember telling my mom, I don't like it, but I'm sure I will. It's just because I don't like that they're small. When my breasts are bigger, then I'll be happy. And then they got bigger and I was less happy. And so I guess I really was looking forward to puberty because I thought it would be a gateway to feeling acceptance and finally feeling at home in my body. And then the opposite happened. And part of me leaned in and part of me was leaning out. And it took a lot of daily discomfort and a certain amount of self-loathing to get to a place where I understood that what I wanted was to be a masculine person. And then I think it didn't click until I had experimented with masculinity. At the start of my gender journey, you could say, when I was just using different pronouns and a different name, it made a huge impact to how I felt, and I was finally feeling more like myself. So I guess the difference between me and maybe another person going through feminine puberty who was leaning in a masculine direction is that I leaned so far into that masculine direction and only found that I was finally happy and secure once I had gone all the way from female to male. And any in-between zone, any masculine womanhood or anything like that was unsatisfying, and I was still unhappy. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. Can I ask, how old were you when you got top surgery?
I got top surgery 3 months ago tomorrow.
And so you were 16?
I was.
And what do you think would have happened if you'd had to wait until you were at least 18 to make these decisions?
I've thought about that a lot, and I think if I hadn't, and again, this is very severe language, if I hadn't killed myself, I would have at least tried. And I have dealt with self-harm and stuff like that, and it's just, I was dealing with emotional problems, but I'm dealing with a lot of them now. Like, transitioning didn't cure any of my disorders, but it made everything so much easier, and it was just sort of this pit that dragged me down into a place where I felt so hopeless and so miserable. And part of my journey with self-mutilation was that I hated my body and I wanted to punish my body because it was causing me so much pain. And I wanted to like crawl out of my skin, but I couldn't do that. And it was at times genuinely agonizing, and it was difficult having to square my reality of living what was sometimes an agonizing life experience with also understanding that I am 16, 15, 14 when I'm going through all this, and so many other teenagers have felt miserable and then grown up and they've been fine. But for me, it was just a deep need that I just felt so miserable in my body that I couldn't bear to be alive in the body I was in. I personally believe that if I had to wait longer, would have attempted suicide, and I might have been successful. And I was experiencing all that while I had friends who were calling me the right name. And it was sort of a constant state of crisis, and that was sort of the hardest part. Was I understood the reality, and I understood that it was not, as much as I know what I'm feeling is real, I also know I can't expect my parents to hear that and go, great, let's just have you undergo surgery right away. It had to be a long process because that's how you do everything safely, but it was agonizing to get to that point. And so I think there needs to be a balance. I don't think that I think there are a lot of teenagers who attempt suicide or commit suicide who maybe think that transitioning is the answer for them, and it isn't. And if they had said to their parents, I have to transition or I'll commit suicide, they might have made the wrong decision. But for me, it was the right decision. And I knew that, and doctors knew that. And it was what I needed to feel like I could stand to wake up in the mornings.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. Before you go, I did want to make sure to ask you about J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter and how you feel about all of that now.
Let me share with you some of my accolades. I've read the books 4 times. I know what house I'm in. I know what wand I have. I brought my Harry Potter wand that I made out of hot glue and a chopstick to prove that I have stake in this conversation. I made that when I was like 7. I'm a Gryffindor. I have a Gryffindor Letterman's jacket in my closet that I wore even way past when it was remotely cool or interesting for me to do that. I have my golden snitch right here. I'm such a big Harry Potter fan, or I was such a big Harry Potter fan, especially because it was so hard to be in the real world. I can't even state how important it was to me. J.K. Rowling, I stole her biography from my third grade classroom and I kept it for a long time because I just loved reading it because I just admired her so much. And some part of her has shaped who I am and gotten me through so much. And her work is so important to me now in so many ways. And she just really taught me to believe in beauty. I'm really going on about J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter, but it just dominated my life for a really long time.
And so, what do you think now about J.K. Rowling? Like, how do you understand the things that she's been saying about sex and gender? And I guess, where do you think you agree and disagree, do you think?
That's a very, very good question. I am almost positive, and maybe this is a childlike thing for me to say, that if I sat down with J.K. Rowling, we would have a great time talking, and we would get along, and she would say things that I would cherish for the rest of my life, coming from my childhood hero, who was one of the youngest billionaires of all time, and then lost that title because she gave so much of it away. Mm-hmm. Oh God, I've adored her for so much of my life, and I'm sure I would cry if I ever met her. And I believe she believes a lot of the same things that I do, and I think a lot of what the issue has become is that a lot of what she has said is not bigotry in the way that bigotry is portrayed sometimes, in that, to my knowledge, I strongly believe she has never said anything like, I'm better than trans people are this negative thing, this negative thing, this negative thing. But I think that there was bigotry veiled in what she was saying, or that things she was saying were reminiscent of bigoted ideas. And she expressed what are very reasonable emotions to a platform where they became interpreted as fact or used to support opinions that are bigoted or untrue or harmful. And I guess the issue is, I feel that she came from a reasonable place, but I think she is contributing to the idea that trans people and trans activists are irrational or they're harming children, because she is overstating. A lot of what she has said is a very real account of what she's gone through and what's been said to her and what she's encountered. But because she's sharing the story of a cisgender woman who experienced a predominant amount of backlash from trans people, the story that gets shared to an unfathomably large audience is one where trans people are the bad guys, because in her story, I guess it's fair to say that they were. And that's dangerous, I think.
So it's more like, it's not what she said, it's what some people can interpret or take away from what she said.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything that you would like to say to J.K. Rowling?
I don't know. Definitely thank you for changing my life. I have a lot of hope for her, and maybe naively a lot of faith in her. And what I would like to see is just, I want to look back on this in 10 years and be like, remember when everyone thought that J.K. Rowling was transphobic? And then there was that big dialogue where she, like, I don't know, something said something and didn't abandon her original concerns. And I don't know how possible that is, but I guess I want to say I hope that this is a blip on her legacy and a point in the timeline of trans liberation that sort of coincided. And I guess I want people to be able to identify her as having good intentions. I want that to be what we come away with. But that's just my hope, is that we look at her as a well-meaning, positive figure and not evil or
Voldemort.
Or Voldemort.
Noah, thank you so much for your time. You have been so generous, and again, I'm just incredibly impressed with the kind of thoughtful, nuanced position that you have taken. So thank you again for sharing that with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
As a fan who's been there from the beginning, like, what is it you'd like to say to her on this?
Wow, that's a really powerful question. I would say to her that she's just wrong.
what would you want to say to her?
I would say, I know you have a lot of strongly held beliefs, and I just would like you to listen to us a little more and hear what we're saying.
What would you say to her if she were listening?
Just, God, why?
On my second trip to Scotland, to again sit down and talk with J.K. Rowling, I wanted to give her the chance to answer some of the hard questions posed by her critics, to hear what she makes of them, and to ask her, essentially, the same question I am always asking myself. What if you're wrong? More next time. You've been listening to The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, brought to you by the Free Press and produced by Andy Mills, Matthew Bull, and me, Megan Phelps-Roper. This week, with invaluable production support from Candice Mattel-Khan. Our sincere thanks to you for listening, and we would love to listen to you too. If you have any questions or thoughts for us, you can send us an email over at witchtrials@thefp.com. Hello, dear listener. I'm Megan, host of this series, and before we get into the show, I wanted to take a minute to tell you about our sponsor, FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. We live in a moment when free speech, the bedrock of our democracy and of all free societies, is often viewed as suspect, where many argue that the right to free speech is too dangerous, and that even listening to ideological opponents is morally wrong. Many people just don't see a problem with using the law, corporate power, and even extraordinary social pressure to censor viewpoints they disagree with. But many of us feel the costs of all this in our everyday lives. We feel it when we self-censor, afraid to say what we really think, sometimes even in private conversations with friends or loved ones. We feel it when we opt out of a growing number of public discussions, afraid of the potential cost to our jobs and even our relationships. FIRE shares a mission with this show, to remind us why a culture of free speech and open dialogue matters, and regardless of how loud the calls for censorship are, FIRE's defense of that culture is unshakable and invaluable. And if you want to remember why we choose freedom, even for people we strenuously disagree with, you can learn more about FIRE's incredible work at thefire.org. And now, on to the show. If you find yourself, as I did, in Edinburgh, Scotland, and you walk west from Lawnmarket, up a cobblestone street to Castle Hill,
Gather round, witches. You get shoulders to the front. Hello, hello. So you can see this lovely thing.
there, in the shadow of an ancient castle, on most days, you'll find a tour guide wearing a black, pointy witch's hat.
Now, aren't we so lucky? We live in a time where we're free to say the word witch, to even be witch if we so wish. Others throughout the ages were not so lucky, as you will find out.
The tourists gather around her, forming a little half moon, as they pull out their phones and cameras to take pictures of a small stone monument.
Now here we've got the Witch's Well. This is a little monument put up in order to honour all of those people who were executed as witches. In the winter of 1591...
The Witch's Well commemorates an especially deadly series of witch hunts and is dedicated to those who were put to death, many in this very place, centuries ago.
They were tied to stakes, they were strangled, and then they were burnt as witches. Throughout Scotland, more than 4,000 people were accused of being witches, and more than half of them were executed. We don't know exact numbers because in some accounts it just says sundry witches, not even dignifying them with a name.
These sorts of witch trials have occurred throughout human history and around the world, where someone, most often a woman, was accused by her community, by her neighbors, sometimes by her own husband or children, of being a witch, which left her with a terrible decision. She could confess and beg for mercy from the authorities, which, in some cases, spared her life, but in others, only confirmed her guilt and led to her execution. Or she could stand firm through her interrogation and often torture and say to the crowd, "I am not what you say I am," though this was often seen as a prideful lack of repentance, which could also lead to her execution. Regardless of her choice, one feature of many of these witch hunts was that the very accusation itself was ultimately her condemnation.
Hi, Megan.
Hi, Stacey. Thank you so much for speaking with me.
I'm delighted to join you.
This is Stacey Schiff, Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer and author of The Witches, Salem, 1692. Stacey, you published this book in 2016, and I just wonder, was there something specific that made you want to research and write this book about witch trials at this specific moment in time?
There just seemed to me to be so many obvious and not so obvious parallels between that moment and basically what we do today on social media. And I think what I was most struck by was the sense that oral culture and social media were very similar, and the ability to slander someone, to just really decimate someone's reputation very easily, was something that was a constant between 1692 and the world in which we were then living when I started writing.
In America, the witch trials that occurred in Salem, Massachusetts are by far the most infamous. It was there that a zealous group of fundamentalists, the Puritans, turned on one another, and in the span of months, accused over 200 people of witchcraft. And as Stacey writes in her book, one of the forces behind this panic was an almost paranoid sense of constant danger.
One can't overstate how important was the concept of watchfulness. You were meant to be always watchful, always vigilant, not only for the sake of your soul, but obviously in the Massachusetts incarnation, for the sake of your safety.
The Puritans believed that evil was lurking all around them, constantly tempting them with sinfulness that could damn their souls. But also, because they were living on the edge of this new colony, in a land whose native people were hostile to their presence, they were also living constantly on guard against a real threat of physical danger.
But there was always a sense that you were under assault, or that you were likely to be infiltrated, or that the enemy was just beyond your means. So there is this constant sense of being on the watchtowers. And needless to say, when you're watching for something, and you're watching vigilantly for something, you often see something.
But Stacey's book makes clear just how different the people of Salem were from the image of the ignorant, pitchfork-wielding mob. In fact, they could be obsessive about reading and legal theory, and the witch trial judges themselves were well-educated men, a number of them at Harvard.
I think one of the oddities about New England in the 17th century and the question of witchcraft is that you're talking about one of the most literate communities in the history of the world, possibly the most literate community in the history of the world until that time. It was imperative that everyone pray, and in order to pray, one had to read. So the literacy rate was tremendously high. Moreover, the people who were the witchcraft experts that year, which is largely to say the clergy, are all of them immensely erudite people who have read everything there is that was to be read on the subject of witchcraft. So it's a funny paradox in the sense that you have the members of the community who are invested most in this, what we would today call delusion. Those individuals are in fact the best read, most highly educated members of the community.
And what role did courts and laws and the concept of justice play in this society?
Justice is central to Puritanism. The court records from the early years of New England are almost laughably comprehensive. And you see that even in the absence of lawyers, because there were no lawyers yet at this point in Massachusetts history, you have a very, very law-loving, court-loving society.
And because they were so literate and so litigious, Stacy Schiff, in researching her book, was able to read their letters, their journals, their court records, and gain a deeper insight into how they understood themselves. In your best judgment, what do you think is the most gracious understanding of what they thought they were up to when they prosecuted these witches?
I think that what we tend to forget is how strongly the belief in witchcraft really penetrates this community, and how thoroughly, and I think profoundly, everyone involved believed that he was doing something that was good for the community. We have some indication that they were unclear about how to prosecute witchcraft. And they will, at times, one justice in particular, they at times will appeal to the ministry to ask what kind of evidence they can rely upon in the courtroom and how a witchcraft diagnosis could and should be made. And obviously there were people here who must have trumped up charges, but for the most part, all of the judicial techniques which should have been followed were followed.
It's really fascinating, again, because when we think about witch trials looking back, we assume, the idea that they would be strenuously adhering to the rules of evidence and things that they had in place at the time, that they were really trying to do the right thing, in other words. That's not the image that we get.
No, but you can see them grappling. You can see them grappling with their consciences, and you can see them grappling with the testimony. Arthur Miller actually makes a really interesting point when he's talking about the crucible, and he talks about something which is so true of that year in Salem, which is that you, in the course of these kinds of prosecutions, you can take on the characteristics of the thing that you abhor. You become the thing that you most fear.
That's really the scariest part of all this, right? Is that
totally
you could have people who are, again, very smart, very well-educated, very dedicated to the idea of justice, to the idea that they want to do the right thing, and to be searching themselves so deeply for what the right answer is and how they should behave, and to still come to this kind of horrifying conclusion where you have 19 people hanged. And it's a terrifying thing to realize about what it means to be human.
After you have done all of your homework, asked all of the authorities for their help, and essentially scoured your soul, and you still can make that kind of colossal error. Yeah.
I was so ill-equipped for what happened to me. I was living in a state of real tension that I couldn't express to many people.
So looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe part of a moral panic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
People can make mistakes. People can do bad things. In fact, show me the human being who hasn't.
You're trashing someone, but you feel like you're crusading.
You got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascists! Get up, my time!
I believe absolutely that there is something dangerous about this movement.
Someone like her, she really is just truly at the heart bigoted, hiding in this sheep's costume, pretending that she is an ally.
You're trying to have your views challenged.
Completely. I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, am I missing something?
Just the opposite of everything that she wrote into those books.
I have a lot of hope for her.
There's a part of me that still cares what she thinks, you know?
Chapter 7. What if you're wrong?
Go for it. Yay. No, all good, perfect.
I'm sticking right here.
Fantastic.
This is gonna go behind you, Megan.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
You're fine.
Months after my first visit, my producers and I went back to Scotland, back to Rowling's home, back to her drawing room with her color-coordinated books, to have one more conversation with her for this series. I wanted to ask her some of the questions from her critics, and to help me understand how she, someone who has devoted so much of her life's work to exploring human nature, grapples with the fact that she might be wrong.
All right.
Okay.
We've gathered here today
Yes.
to record round 2.
Sounds good.
Okay. What do you think is the crux of the difference between what you believe and what your critics say you believe?
Oh my God, I mean, the crux, there's an abyss. I've been accused, I have to laugh because the hyperbole is so extreme. I've been told I wish for the genocide of trans people. I've been told, well, you want them to die, you don't want them to exist. And that, I think, is where we become, it's not even infuriated. Sometimes you feel a little despair. You think, maybe we need the storm to break and for people to say, but wait a moment, we do need to ask questions. We've seen thousands of % increase in young women trying to escape their physical bodies. Should we not be asking why that's happening?
I think the idea is that you have become, for a lot of people, the word is problematic.
Yeah.
That you might think of yourself as raising these valid concerns, but they will criticize either the way you've gone about it or the timing of it or the language you've used and much more. But before we get into some specifics, I did just want to ask, at this point, how does it feel that there is this gulf between how you see yourself and how many other people now see you?
This will sound like an indirect answer, but I promise you it isn't. If I think about the people I most admire, actually even the writers I most admire, when it mattered, they stood up. They didn't sit at home and, worry about their royalties or worry about their public image greatly. Not that I seek to be controversial. That's as embarrassing as seeking to be some sort of perfect. Mm-hmm. I never wanted to be famous. Mm-hmm. So if you're very invested in that, then of course this is going to destroy you. I mean, I don't say this in any self-aggrandizing way, but I think it could have destroyed some people. If that's where you're very invested, what has happened to me in the last few years, I think there's no hope that you will come out of it with your mental health intact, or that you wouldn't be, offering fulsome apologies. I've learned I've done better. I understand now, whether you mean it or not, that. But no, I have learned. I did my learning before I spoke. Everyone can do better. Mm-hmm. I don't set out to cause pain, but I see pain being caused and I think damage being caused to women and girls, and I just can't sit here and not speak.
One of your critics is a trans woman named Natalie Wynn, who goes by the name ContraPoints on YouTube, and she made a long video essay critiquing your views on trans issues. Mm-hmm. And in it, she goes through how she understands bigotry, which she breaks down into 2 categories: direct bigotry and indirect bigotry. Direct bigotry is the sort of thing that my family does, being openly contemptuous and using slurs and demonizing people, marginalizing people openly. And indirect bigotry is things like people are just asking questions. They're just concerned. They're engaging in debate. Activists have gone too far. political correctness, cancel culture. In other words, it's the idea that there are bad actors who can hide behind virtues or less extreme rhetoric, but who are still undermining people's rights.
I see this constantly, and the most frequent example of that is they're pretending to be concerned about children. It's not about the children. They really hate trans people. Now, if you're saying that indirect bigotry is asking questions where you believe significant harm is done, if you're saying indirect bigotry is standing up for women's rights, then you know what? Guilty is charged. I think it is a very bad faith argument to say that people who are asking questions are being indirect bigots. Because, you know, that itself, in my view, is a very bad faith position.
Do you think that some people do use those kinds of, like, I guess I'm thinking here of like actual people that most people would recognize as bigots?
Completely. Pretty much everyone in the world, bar literal psychopaths and clear terrible predators, are concerned about harm to children, okay? So that's a very common human trait. It's a human trait to want to protect the vulnerable. And children are very vulnerable. The trouble is, you see, one may use concern about children to justify other actions. You know, QAnon felt that children were being trafficked and raped. One may be concerned about children and be correct. People around Jimmy Savile, the UK's most famous predator, believed children were being harmed, but his celebrity and his ability to raise money for charity was such that nobody wanted to look into that. So I'm not sure it's as simple as saying people are using it. Some people may genuinely believe children are being harmed and also genuinely not want anyone to be trans. That is not my position.
You have said that you respect trans people. You said that you would march with them, that you think that transition is right for some people. But you also say that there's a real difference between biological women and trans women, and a meaningful distinction between the two in their experiences. And I think some of your critics point to that and say, you're essentially making trans women second-class women. You know, like you're almost women, that despite all of their efforts to live in the world as women, as what feels right and authentic to them, you are essentially saying, I'll treat you as a woman. You are an honorary woman. But this distinction that you are emphasizing, the biological distinction that you see as being so important, it can feel hurtful to them. Like they are, you know, almost a thing, but not quite. Like something is being held back. Can you understand the pain that that could cause?
Yes, is the short answer. Yes, I can understand that hurt. The thing is, women are the only group, to my knowledge, that are being asked to embrace members of their oppressor class unquestioningly, with no caveat. Now, on an individual basis, and I think many people new to this argument would see it on that level, because many people of my generation particularly think that we're talking about old school transsexuals, people who've been through full sex reassignment because of profound gender dysphoria. And I feel 100% compassion for such people, and I would absolutely respect their pronouns, always have, always will, and would want, as I say, them to have comfortable, easy lives. This movement, though, is pressing for something different. Very different. This movement has argued, continues to argue, that a man may have had no surgery whatsoever, but if he feels himself to be a woman, the door of every woman's bathroom, changing room, rape centre should be open to him. I say no. I'm afraid I say no. And we are in a cultural moment where that individual's hurt is being prioritised over the hurt of women whose rights and boundaries are under sustained assault. And I think it's interesting to ask why the pain of one group is being prioritized over the pain of other groups.
Yeah, maybe a simpler way to ask it is that, is there a way in your mind to respect both pains, even though at some point, obviously, there's going to be a moment where action or decision has to be made?
I do believe that there is a way forward in which women and girls retain their existing rights, and trans people are properly protected. There is a way, absolutely a way, to respect both points, but I think we're currently, unfortunately, at a place where that is very difficult to achieve. I believe feminists have tried very hard to have this discussion. How do we ensure everyone's rights and safety? Where does fairness lie? For example, in issues like sport would be a very obvious one that's getting a lot of publicity at the moment. Feminists are asking for certain spaces, rape shelters would be a very obvious example, to remain female only or to have separate provision for both groups, because I don't know a single feminist who doesn't acknowledge that trans people also, of course, are victims of sexual violence. But at the moment, there seems to be a very black and white view on the other side of the argument. It's everything or nothing.
When it comes to the bathroom question, we've heard from a lot of people that essentially that the risks just don't seem very high to them. Many of them can understand why, males and females shouldn't be housed in the same prison cells. But when it comes to bathrooms, like there already aren't guards at the door and like nobody's checking before we go in. And essentially a bad actor would come in regardless of whatever our conventions are.
I disagree quite strongly on that. There is a social taboo. There has been, until very recently, historically, there has been a social taboo. Mm-hmm. So that if my husband decided that he wanted to use the ladies' bathroom, the women inside would feel confident in challenging his right to be there. And I think, in my view, most decent men watching a man walking into the ladies' bathroom might well challenge him too. That is now being eroded. So we have statistics on this. The Sunday Times issued a Freedom of Information request from the government. 88% of sexual assaults happen in unisex spaces. We have had multiple...
The Sunday Times data Rowling is referencing specifically addressed reported sexual assaults, harassment, and voyeurism in changing rooms at sports centers and swimming pools, and compared the rates of incidents that occurred in single-sex versus unisex changing rooms.
We have had multiple instances in this country and in America, because I went and looked, because I was thinking, well, does this happen? And it happens. Voyeurism, sexual assault. The men particularly arguing that this isn't a risk alarm me, candidly. Are they naive? Do they not know what their fellow men do?
There are a lot of critics who say, you and your comments are giving fuel to the right.
Well, my answer would be, I think you're giving fuel to the right. This is why many left-wing feminists in particular are sitting with their head in their hands. The right has wanted for years and years and years to, not all of the right, but certainly the further right and the religious right, have wanted to castigate the lesbian and gay and bisexual movement as is inherently degenerate and part of the left's broader degeneracy. When you defend the placing of rapists in cells with women, you are handing the right a perfect opportunity to say, you see, we told you the moral degeneracy that would result if you say homosexual relationships are okay. And I think for many leftists, for many feminists, we are despairing of the fact that people are, in our view, colluding with a deeply misogynist movement, which is benefiting, politically speaking, the far right. And I worry very deeply that as the left becomes increasingly puritanical and authoritarian and judgmental, we are pushing swathes of people towards not just the right, it's pushing them to the alt-right. That's what scares me, that particularly young men, when they're being told everything in the world is their fault and they have no right to a voice and they are everything that is wrong with society, it is unfortunately a human reaction to go to the place where you will be embraced. And if the only place where you can make a joke or be accepted is a place that is full of poisonous ideas, then you're likely to go there, particularly when you're young. So I think that the left is making a tremendous mistake in espousing this kind of, in my view, quasi-religious incredibly sort of witch hunting behavior, because there will be people who will just feel when they've been shamed and abused and they feel it was unfair, where are they going to go? That worries me very deeply. In my lifetime, we've seen such a shift on the left, and I still would define myself as of the left. But, I was born in the 60s when transgression really was the preserve of the left. When challenging authority and making the dark joke and when breaking societal norms was very much the preserve of the left. I've lived to see the left become incredibly puritanical and rigid, and watching the alt-right, and this is a new phenomenon. The alt-right is not the conservative right, with whom I disagree on many, many things, but I'm just saying we're seeing the growth of something very much facilitated by the internet that alarms and disturbs me. And it worries me that the left are absolutely playing into that demographic's hands.
You wrote a book, many books, where young children have a lot of autonomy and make very adult decisions. And some of them come with really great risks. And that's like sneaking off into a dungeon or running away to fight the most powerful wizard who has ever existed. And some of your critics wonder if there's something contradictory in saying that young people are not old enough to know who they are, to make this decision about whether to medically transition.
Those are fantasy books, and the point of fantasy is that we are allowed to explore in imagination things that frighten us, challenge us. We're allowed to escape into a world that's scary, but then we can come back, we can close the book, we can think about what we've read, we can think about what it means to make irreversible decisions. By contrast, we are dealing with the real world here. We're dealing with children, in my view, being persuaded that a solution for all distress is lifelong medicalization. That is real-world harm. There's no closing the book and walking away. There's no playing with this, experimenting with this, and not suffering harm, in my view. Now, people will say, perhaps, but you've already said that for some people this will be the answer. And I will say, yes, for persistent gender dysphoria, I believe, I certainly hope that for adults who have found no other way to resolve their gender dysphoria, transition may be the answer. I want to see those people protected. I want their rights protected. I wish them lives full of joy and fulfillment. But when we're talking about children, I think that is a very different question.
Now, you've said that you've been immersing yourself in a lot of reading, memoirs and philosophy and academic literature, all around this subject. And I know that one thing that's made this conversation about minors medically transitioning so contentious is that because it's quite new, there aren't a lot of authoritative studies. And so with the studies that are out there, the assertion is that people on all sides are cherry picking to fit their arguments. What evidence are you seeing that makes you think that you are right to be worried?
I haven't yet found a study that hasn't found that the majority of young people, children and adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria will grow out of it. Now, that I haven't found a single study that contradicts that, and I have gone looking. The majority of children will, if allowed to go through adolescence, many of them will grow up to, not all, but many will grow up to be gay, and their gender dysphoria will resolve. Why then, if that's the evidence, are we immediately putting children onto an affirmative path? Can we follow the science? There's activism, and all activism isn't equal. I genuinely think that we are watching one of the worst medical scandals in a century. And I believe that those who should have known better, and I'm talking here not, God knows, about trans people, gender dysphoric people, distressed young people. I'm certainly not talking about them. I am talking about medics and those who have cheered this on unquestioningly, creating a climate in which many people trying to raise red flags have been intimidated and silenced. And I would ask proponents of gender identity ideology who are so militant, who are so determined on no debate, I would ask them, what if you are wrong? If I'm wrong, honestly, hallelujah. If I'm wrong, great. People aren't being harmed. But if you are wrong, you have cheered on, you have created a climate, quite a threatening climate, in which whistleblowers and young people themselves are being intimidated out of raising concerns. I think it was in 2018, Professor Carl Hennigan, who is of the Oxford Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine, and he spoke up publicly and he said, we are watching an unregulated live experiment on children. He was instantly condemned as a transphobe by, I think, the Oxford University's LGBT Society.
So when you say that people aren't being harmed if you're wrong, you mean physically, because your critics say that you are harming people with your words and with the ideas that you are promoting.
Well, I received an email right after I spoke out in which a left-wing man I know emailed me, and he said a trans man had been killed in Germany. And he said to me, your rhetoric contributes to an environment in which police are less likely to investigate that crime. Now, join the dots for me. What I had said at that point is there used to be a word for people who menstruate. Is he genuinely arguing that by saying women menstruate, police investigating murder will say, well, we better wrap up the investigation? These hyperbolic accusations are thrown at anyone who challenges this ideology. Your words will cause people to kill themselves. Your words will stop police investigation. Your words will cause men to be violent trans women. Blaming women for the violence of men is a hallmark of something that is not normally seen as progressive. That is misogyny writ large.
To go back to your concern about the left feeding a backlash that might help the far right, there's been a real and rapid loss of public trust in institutions of all kinds over the past few years. And it sounds like this experience you're having is causing you yourself to have doubts about the trustworthiness of some of our institutions in this moment.
Completely. And I think that this is, we've seen this play out in the last decade, this undermining of experts. The experts can't be trusted, the media can't be trusted, governments can't be trusted. And I would be lying if I didn't say that I have lost faith in certain institutions. I have lost a degree of faith in what is obviously the industry I know best, the publishing industry. I've been shocked by the positions that publishing has taken. I am pleased and proud to say that my publisher has taken, my editor, in fact, has taken a robust position on freedom of speech. And I was relieved that he took that position, not for my sake, but it was a declaration on freedom of speech that I think publishing, if publishers stand for nothing else, they should stand for plurality of views. And the other institutions that I have definitely lost faith in are educational institutions, who I think have taken a very dogmatic position on this and are shutting down debate, freedom of thought and freedom of expression. And if we cannot look to those institutions to protect those very precious things, we are in trouble. And I'm afraid I think we are currently in trouble.
Well, one of the concerns you voiced is around language and institutions using phrases like birthing people or cervix havers or people who menstruate. And some of your critics just don't see a problem with this. They see it as just making language more inclusive. So, for instance, in the world of journalism, the Associated Press released a new style guide explaining that when referring to transgender people, phrases like is a woman are more to the point than identifies as a woman. Can you make the case to the skeptic? Why is this an issue for you?
That, from the Associated Press, is hugely powerful. They've edged from identifies as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman, and I think we all understand what that means, into is a woman. And that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about. We are using language to make accurate definition of sex difference unspeakable. When I read news stories, Woman convicted of exposing her penis on the street. Now, I'm laughing, but it's not actually that funny. I hear myself saying the words, and that seems so absurd to me. But there is now a journalistic convention that no matter the crime, woman convicted of raping small boy, these are real news stories. I see that as political language. I see that as an ideological. I don't believe it to be factual. There's a body of feminists who would say these are not our crimes, these are not women's crimes. And I would say something else. I don't believe you can accurately analyse sexual violence or violence when committed by males, and we know that 98 to 99% of sexual violence is committed by men. Women form 88% of victims of sexual violence. How can we record accurate data? How can we analyse this phenomenon without being able to accurately talk about who is the perpetrator and who is the victim?
So what you're saying is that by changing the language there to focus, especially around sex crimes, to focus on gender rather than sex, you are obscuring an important fact, which is that biology actually is implicated there.
Exactly that.
One of the things that your critics say often is some version of, I wish she would listen. Why isn't she listening to us?
Because they think that nobody could possibly disagree with them if they heard what they were saying. And I truly believe that the notion that I have listened and I have read and I have learned and I've looked at the theory and I've looked at personal accounts and still disagree is simply anathema.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is they think they want you to listen when really they want you to agree.
I'm afraid that is exactly what I think, yeah.
And then the other extremely common question that comes up, and it comes off almost like a plea, is just why? Why are you doing this? Why can't you just let people be who they are and support them the way that you do for these outsider characters in your book? If one of those people is listening right now, how would you talk to them? What would you say to them? Can you speak to them?
I would say to them, you, as a human being, the self that you are, I have the utmost respect for you. I want you protected. I want you safe. I would treat you with respect, always. And I would say, I'm worried. I'm worried that you, yourself, may have got caught up in something that may ultimately harm you. But I'm asking some questions because I think some vulnerable groups are being harmed. And that includes the gay community, that includes vulnerable women, and it includes vulnerable youth. Now, if you identify as trans, if that is an answer for you, then I'm with you 100%. But we are seeing mounting evidence that this is not the answer for everyone, and that we may be living through a cultural moment that we will look back on, not with pride, but with puzzlement that we let it happen.
We'll be right back.
Here at the Free Press, we know firsthand how difficult it is to manage all of the operations of our business and how important it is to have visibility and control over our financials. Businesses like ours just can't afford not to know our numbers, and that's why we would love to tell you about NetSuite. NetSuite by Oracle is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth, and it's trusted by over 33,000 companies. NetSuite has everything you need to grow all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses cited increased visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. So on behalf of the Free Press, if you run a business and you need a best-in-class financial system, we strongly recommend NetSuite. Go to netsuite.com/witchtrials. For those ready to upgrade to the #1 financial system for growing businesses, you can learn more about NetSuite's new 2023 financing program at netsuite.com/witchtrials. That's netsuite.com/witchtrials.
I'm really interested in the question of discernment. I think of this scene from one of your books. It was Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, where Hermione, the hero, and Professor Umbridge, who is clearly in the wrong, have this showdown in class. Hermione says in a moment of defiance that she disagrees with something in her textbook, and Umbridge berates her, like, who are you to disagree with this expert who wrote this textbook, and punishes her. Now, to anyone reading this, it is so frustrating and unjust. But I venture to say that no one thinks they are the Umbridge.
No one ever thinks that. No one ever thinks they're Umbridge.
And some people see you as the Umbridge. You have these younger critics online, and they see Hermione as standing up to an older person with power, and they see themselves as standing up to you.
Yeah, I understand, because they've told me very explicitly why they have that interpretation.
Yes, how do you know if you are a Hermione or an Umbridge?
Well, if you're having a lot of fun doing it and getting a huge sense of self-satisfaction out of it, then I do believe you maybe want to stop and think, am I getting a huge ego rush out of this? That would be a good question to ask yourself. You know, is this giving me pleasure? Because I can say from my heart, none of this has given me pleasure. It has given me anxiety. It has made me, at times, feel vulnerable. So although I don't regret anything, I've had concerns for my family's safety. Some of the threats have not been too amusing to me. There has been fallout in my life inevitably. I still don't regret standing up. But I don't, it certainly hasn't given me pleasure on any level. You know, one of the key moments for me, so you talk about righteousness. There was an incident in 2019, I believe, in which...
Here, Rowling mentioned the incident that we spoke about in Chapter 4, where, in a nearby Scottish town, a 10-year-old girl was sexually assaulted by an 18-year-old trans woman in a public bathroom.
Some of the discourse I saw after that incident really took me aback, because one of the first things I saw was the Terfs love it when something like this happens. Now, what thought process has led you to believe that the Terfs, this demonized evil group, they just hate trans people. They want them all dead. We all know this. That's who they are. What leads you to believe that we want 10-year-old children escape rape by a hair's whisker? How has your black and white thinking evolved to the point where you think that feminists like me actively are gleeful when women are raped or attacked? That's great. We can use this to bash trans women with. And I've seen that discourse, and I think if your thinking is that it's not just irrational, that is such a bad faith position. At no point do you stop and say to yourself, there may be some nuance here. Is this all moving pieces on a chessboard for you? Is it all a game? Does real world hurt and harm not count at all?
There's one other question that I had about discernment. So how do you know if you're fighting for something that is truly righteous or just something that appears to be righteous? How do you know that the courage to call out an injustice isn't actually just a call to join an unjust mob?
Yeah.
So coming from Westboro, where I believed so strongly that I was doing the right thing, and then to leave and come to believe that it was so destructive and harmful, I had this moment in time, and it lasted for many months, where I was like, how can I ever trust my own mind again? Because I was so certain. And so I was trying to looking for some kind of solid footing. Like, what
what leg do I have to stand on? Like, how can I trust my mind? Like, how do I not make the same mistake again and again going forward? And so I basically came up with this list of questions that kind of grew over time. And a few of them you've alluded to already. These are the questions that I ask myself to see, like, am I starting to go down a bad path? So the first question is, are you capable of entertaining real doubt about your beliefs, or are you operating from a position of certainty?
Yeah, and I think that's key. I think it's when we are most certain, when we're getting that rush of adrenaline that says, God, I'm a good person. That's when we should most question ourselves. That's when you need to stop and ask yourself a question.
And the second point is, can you articulate the evidence that you would need to see in order to change your position? Or is your perspective unfalsifiable?
We've discussed this already, and I think that's such a good question, because I asked myself that question on this issue. What would I need to see? And I could articulate what I would need to see to move me from my position, my thought-out position.
Can you articulate your opponent's perspective in a way that they recognize, or are you straw-manning?
And I think that's excellent. And I genuinely believe I could articulate my opponent's position, because I've read their books, and I think people need to read these things. They need to understand what is being argued.
Fourth one was, are you attacking ideas or attacking the people who hold them?
Always the ideas.
Are you willing to cut off close relationships with people who disagree with you, particularly over relatively small points of contention?
No, I'm not. A difference of belief is nothing to me. But I can imagine myself no longer wishing to have a relationship with a person who behaved in certain ways towards me or towards others, because I do strongly believe it's watch what people are doing, not what they're saying. And so certain behaviors would probably be a deal breaker for me. And that would include demonizing others for small transgressions. That would be a revelation to me that person wasn't who I thought they were, probably.
And then the last one was, are you willing to use extraordinary means against people who disagree with you? And by that, I mean things like forcing people out of their jobs or homes, violence or threats of violence, or things like what my family and I did, celebrating misfortune and tragedy.
I don't know why, but that question has actually made me quite emotional that you say that to me, because I sit opposite you and I like you so much, and you're such a humane and reasonable person. And to hear you describing those behaviors is... I can really understand why you had your long, dark night of the soul. One thing that you said to me earlier in our discussion really stuck with me. You said to me that not long before you left, you said to someone, an interviewer, I'm all in. And you told me I believed that I had questioned myself and I was fine with everything. But you said you hadn't gone deep enough, trust and obey, right? You'd never actually taken apart the most fundamental 3 words of your belief system. You'd never challenged those. Can you talk about that? Because that really interests me.
Yeah, so I grew up in a family of lawyers, right? So my mom is one of 13, and I think 11 of the 13 went to law school. They were very, very smart, very analytical, very logical people. Which I think surprised a lot of people to learn, because it's easy to assume that these are just, kind of rednecks with backwards beliefs or something. And specifically with unexamined beliefs. These are just their personal prejudices and they're living them out in the world. When in fact, my grandfather was a well-known, award-winning civil rights attorney. He was somebody who had reason to believe that he was on the right side of things, on a lot of things. And we were constantly looking around at what other people believed and other understandings of the Bible, and then going back to the Word, right? Going back to the King James Version of the Bible and trying to show and memorizing chapter and verse why everybody else was wrong, all the evidence. So it was a constant process of examination, asking these questions. But I realized before I left that there were 2 fundamental premises of our ideology that I never questioned. I never truly questioned the idea that the Bible was the literal, infallible Word of God, and that Westboro's understanding of it was the right one because, again, it was all laid out there for me. And as many questions as I asked, from those two premises, essentially everything else basically fell into place. There were a few small contradictions that outsiders were able to find on Twitter. And I do wonder, like, if not for some internal contradiction, relatively small points, if that had never revealed themselves to me, if they'd never revealed themselves to me, then I would have just accepted. I would never have thought to question those two basic premises. That actually it's one of the reasons that I came up with this list, because if I asked myself all these hard questions, like what I imagined, like I really thought I was digging in deep, you know? It was really terrifying to realize, like, even when you're really trying, even when it's an earnest attempt and all of your intellect, and again, I'm surrounded by people who are all incredibly intelligent and well-intentioned. Like, I know those people. We would do anything for each other. Like, you know, and so it's just the idea that such people could still get to a place that was so wrong and so harmful and so destructive. It helps me, I guess, now feel a lot of understanding and grace for people, even when they're doing harmful things. So it's that question about, are you attacking ideas or the people who hold them? That is very, it's huge to me because of the way that people were able to understand that even though I was doing horrible things, I was trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And that was something that they could tap into. And so this is, for me, even though it can be kind of scary to see what people are capable of, even when they're trying to do the right thing, it's also a hopeful thing because that desire to do good is something that you can tap into, which is why the desire to shut down debate and conversation is so alarming to me, because like that is the only thing that can ultimately change hearts and minds. And it's I think the only real tool we have outside of actual force and violence to make change.
Yeah. Every crowd, every mob is made up of individuals. And it's reaching the individuals and not allowing this to become mob on mob that will change things for the best, if we're to have any hope. And your story obviously is one of redemption. And I love everything that you say about the good in your family. I truly do.
Okay, very last question. Why have you been willing to talk to me? What do you hope this does?
I've been willing to talk to you specifically because you wrote me that incredible letter, and because I think I've had 100 people at least say, explain yourself, explain yourself. But I felt that you and I could have a conversation that interested me. And in terms of what I hope this does, I suppose I hope people enjoy the podcast, honestly. I don't mean this in any arrogant way, and I don't mean this in any self-pitying way. But I feel that I've said what I've said, and maybe when the mist clears, some people will understand better. Some will always hate me for what I've said. I accept that. I know I won't ever regret having stood up on this issue, ever. You know, that's the price you pay. If you want to be universally and eternally beloved, then you must curate your image in a way that I'm simply not prepared to do. I'm not in the business of doing that. And I'm not taking a long bet here. I'm not thinking, oh, I think this cultural moment will pass and therefore I will be vindicated. I don't know what the future holds. I only know that I would have betrayed myself, and I passionately believe I would have betrayed a lot of women and girls if I had not stood up on this issue. There are more important things in this world than being popular. And that doesn't mean it's more important to me to be right. It means it's more important to me to do the right thing.
Jo Rowling, thank you so much for speaking with me.
Thank you.
We good?
You got anything else to say? Have we go to the 2 hours?
You've been listening to The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. This series is dedicated to everyone out there who's trying to have difficult conversations, trying to listen with empathy, and to speak with honesty and in good faith, even when it's hard. So much has happened since we started our reporting, and we'll be back in a month or so with a bit of an epilogue, so stay tuned. But in the meantime, if this show has meant something to you, if it has moved you or provoked you or inspired you, or maybe caused you to question some of your assumptions, please share it with your community. Share it with your friends or family. Start a podcast club, discuss it, debate it, join the public conversation, as messy as it can be sometimes. And if you think we've missed something or have recommendations for our team, we're always happy to hear from you. You can send us an email at witchtrials@thefp.com or send me a message on Twitter at Megan Phelps. And if you would, please leave us a review on Apple or Spotify to help others discover the show. And now for some thank yous. The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling was produced by Andy Mills, Matthew Bull, and me, Megan Phelps-Roper, with production and editing support from Candice Mattel-Khan. The series is brought to you by The Free Press. The show was mixed by Matthew Bull. Sound design by Andy Mills and Matthew Bull. Editorial advising by Barry Weiss. Additional editing support from Emily Yaffe. Original music composed and performed by Peter Lalish, Kobe Beanert, John Ivins, and Matthew Bull. The wonderful readings from Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone in Episode 1 were performed by actor Crispin Letts, with special permission from J.K. Rowling. Our beautiful artwork was created by Eliana Blazer Gould, with art direction by Susie Weiss. Fact-checking by Natalie Ballard and me. Special thanks to Stephanie Roper, Kate Fjelland, Rebecca Salt, Noah Phelps-Roper, Laura Floyd, Lucy Biggers, Jonathan Hunt, Isaac Grafstein, Alex Burns, Camille Foster, Aaron Bowl, Katie Herzog, Jesse Single, Joy Neal, Kat Rosenfield, Lacey Green, Noah's dad, Jay, Maya Sulkin, Buck Angel, Corinna Khan, Marcy Bowers, and Jonathan Haidt. And to many patient and supportive members of my family, including Joyce, Marlon, Tor, and Solvi Lynn Fjelland, Josh Phelps-Roper, Nancy Taves, and Tom Kennett. And of course, our thanks to J.K. Rowling for inviting us into her home. Last but not least, our most profound thanks goes to everyone who shared their stories with us, and to our friends who listened and gave us encouragement and feedback along the way. Goodbye for now, but we'll see you all soon in the epilogue.